One of those nights. Kansa Kimbo.
The girl gives you a quick, not exactly kind once-over from behind a dark cigarette and crescent nose. Ouroboros black, case closed on the cigarette thief.
And you must be his so-called friend, Herschel. Cascade then. Fuck it. Have two names. Temple said you'd be late, but he also said you'd show. Magician's apprentice. They throw knives at me and I get paid not to flinch. All of it's gone wrong. Someone took Temple out. The whole way out. Who do you think found the blood? He's dead. Turbo dead. Sorry. Trust no cunt. That's my red line policy these days. Trust me, this is the best way to protect them. We've been attacked, Herschel. Beaten. All ends up. Bazaar's a war economy now. Tempo had enemies in every direction. Take your pick. Or maybe that's what someone wanted you to think. But sure, Herschel, let's go with Weeping Eye. Or the Carabineros. Or the Azzurri mob. Maybe they want to go to the mattresses again. Fuck you care anyway. Tempo always called you a friend. 5 years, no word. Some friend. Yeah, but everyone says that. Because it's easy to say.
From a nearby apartment, the muffled sound of a beautifully played piano gently shifting key.
Anyway, he's gone. So now it's me or it's nothing.
The girl studies her half-dead cigarette and falls silent.
The ritual, obviously. Has it started yet or what?
That's your cue to know what this is.
Cascade or nothing. Tailor Taxman is ready to begin the ritual. That was Tempo's message to the opera. What's it mean?
Horoscope brings up 0 matches in the Tempo archives. Or any archives.
I would, actually. I just saw you in action. I thought you were high up in the opera or something. Tempo said you were top floor, brightest spy in the sky.
Uh-oh. Tempo didn't know they shelved you after 91. He thought you were still respected, revered even.
What's that mean? Are you still a spy? Thanks for the honesty, but the way Tempo talked about you, I'm glad he's not around to hear that. You're supposed to be the great Cascade, pockets full of answers. Temple used to say it, so yeah, I do know what it means. Nothing anymore. Probably some coke shit. He practically had a feeding bag attached near the end. Maybe it was. Nothing to do with our current reality, though. Gotta forgive yourself these days, I hear.
The girl closes her eyes, then opens them again. Smoke drifts from her nostrils.
Quiet, Herschel. I sense the presence of spirits. They want to commune with us.
She is iced over with sarcasm.
Yes, I hear them. They're close. They're whispering. Ritual's completely fucked. It's gone. Unless you can find this old Luthien guy. Before Temple got knuckle flicked off the board, he was setting up a massive deal with some Luthien guy who's like 1,000 years old. Someone way high up. My best guess? This ritual's all tied up in that. Temple called it a blow for culture in defiance of all known laws. And he said that if he fucked this one, the weeping eye would kill us all. He said this numerous times.
The exit papers you discovered at the shrine grow a little heavier in your pocket.
Seems that prophecy is coming to pass. Temple was first, a blood sacrifice in his own office. Next is me. Then you, probably, if you're still around. You're part of this deal now. I never knew his name, or his new name. But yeah, that's him. Where'd you get that?
Here, point awarded.
You mean the shrine with all the pictures of dead people? Good fucking omen. This Dante prick disappears a couple of weeks back. Gets snatched, vanishes. Like that. Said some hyper-incriminating shit into the phone that everyone knows is tapped. Extremely schoolboy error. Tempo's on the other end. Hears him get taken. Black bag job. Now he's locked up in some secret jail, saying who knows what to who knows who. Right. Malin said her dad turned into thin air. She doesn't smile much anymore. Not a great look when you're trying to sell parties to people. You should see her fucking receipts. Yeah, it's right under the flashing neon sign that says secret jail this way. Sorry. It's been a tense couple of weeks. I don't know where this jail is. Spy stuff, your world. I'm useless here. This old guy getting snatched really spooked Temple. Like weapons-grade coke binge spooked. Last time I saw him, he was bleeding out of his nose and talking very seriously about fate. Correct. You've got me in this safe house, and I've got you. Not on coke, but I am spooked to fuck. You need to find this old Luthien guy and either just bust him out or shut him up. If this ancient prick spills on our massive deal, we're all fucked. You, me, and everyone.
Here's your best shot at completing the assignment you were never officially given.
Thanks. And fuck those opera cunts. What do they know? Temple always called you the best. Take him at his word. He said you'd come through for him, too. For us. So find that old prisoner, Herschel, and come through. Yep. Temple offered him safe passage through Portofiro. Set him up with a new life. He was good at moving people. and making them up. The techno-fascist nursing home? Who knows? Probably death in some form. Something he called the Mega Violator.
As she speaks, a tiny shiver passes through her.
I would say conceptual object, but it exists. The illuminated cunt never came through with it, or at least, he didn't have the chance. So who knows where that got to? Only shot we got. It's you and me, Herschel. One cunt down, two more behind the ghost of him.
Her hand reflexively reaches for the cigarette packet jammed into her left bra strap. She smacks the packet once against the side of her head, then flips open the top and plucks one out. A far too familiar gesture. Something grinds and sparks against the inside of your skull. The aerotram stopped with tempo, fog-stained and matted with rain. The final time that both of you felt certain would not be the final time. He smacked the packet on the side of his head before offering you a smoke. You do it too sometimes, without realizing it, when you're thinking of those days.
We hosed here, Hush? Firm grip needed. These things tend to bite and scratch. Anything from our dream kid?
Kindred, unreachable for the last 16 hours. The screech and groan of your aerotram arriving.
You should probably get on that. And don't worry about me, I'll be alright. Take care, you dim cunts.
Yo, ground control to Herschel. You look like my grandmother during an absence seizure. Closer than most, I would say. Yeah. Don't count me out, Herschel. I might be even better. My name's Yana, and I'm the fucking man. He's not my boyfriend. We were just hanging out for a while. Maybe we still are. Whatever. Well, you should full-on officially ask me then. Some cunt has me in his crosshairs. A cunt with weird headphones and a shit mustache.
The Ultravioletti encountered this man. He scared them.
You met him? I knew I should be mega wary of that slinky prick. I don't know. And Tempo had no fucking clue either. But he was very scared of him. Way ahead of you. I'm in the middle of smoking this cunt out. My acid is already in the theater. Cryptonym, Scarf. Yes, obviously. But also, do I?
When you were 16, you once put your blood type down as mysterious in an attempt to impress a vaguely attractive doctor.
Use your spy shit. Make contact. Tell him I approved the meet. Not remotely. But Scarf has gotten close to the target. Mostly through sheer fucking luck. Also, you can tell him that my schedule freed up this weekend, so I could see him for like 1 hour, maybe. As long as nothing better comes up, which it might. Good. I like enemies. They solidify my fucking position. But you know what solidifies it even more? Non-stop odd shit with you. No, other people taking care of those enemies for me. From the Foto on Tempo's desk. That was all of you, right? The whole sick crew? Not a lot. That you were good, that you had something together, and that it was a shame how it all went down. Slowly, then all at once. They got the girl first, he said. Carolina. Then the floor gave way. Getting your shit kicked in usually is. Ignatz, area clown with shit-tasting jackets. He used to work at the bazaar, till Tempo sacked him. Photos? Weird. Tempo thought maybe he was in with the Weeping Eye. Carmona's got dye in her brain or something. Whatever she comes out with, assume the opposite. Either way, Kuntz just bought himself a lifetime ban from the bazaar. Welcome to the delinquent heap.
The girl inspects the disc over the top of her cigarette.
This is one of those Einzelfucks Petre won't shut up about. Red's an odd color choice. That's about it.
But she is stiffened slightly.
I know she's missing, but that's no state secret. Whole world knows that. Kidnapped, I heard. Sad end if it's true.
A flash of your abandoned double, alone in a lonely room.
Fucking losers. Where did you get that anyway? As in dead? Sorry to hear it. What happened to him? This spy shit's got a high mortality rate. Sounds like we're 2 down, Cascade, and getting cunted harder by the minute. Hope he pulls through. Then we commend him to the stars. Dipped one in nitroglycerin. Fair warning.
The girl tilts her head up and offers a half shrug. The smoke swirls lazily in your chest.
Don't think you're getting another one, 'cause you're not. Me and Marco. Probably his smile? Fine, but also not great. I barely had time to see him. That makes a couple of us. It's weird. When he's around, he annoys me and I want out. But when he's not there after he's gone, he becomes like the best person ever in my mind, even though he hasn't changed. Maybe. We'll see. Moving on. All right, Herschel. Psychologize me. Yeah, I did some odd job shit around there. Admin stuff for Tempo. Became his assistant, basically. I'm a criminal prodigy. Best in show. Fleet of fucking foot. I was just Yana. The bazaar took me in. Tempo kept me. I don't think so. The bazaar's receipts don't think so either. People say the culture goes backwards, or downhill, or whatever the fuck. There's only one real blockade to culture. Blind and deafen yourself. Then maybe you're protected. Anything else, no chance. We'll find you eventually. Probably where I left them. Who are you, social services? Fuck off. I'm retired. Government education is for losers and narcs. They're never gonna teach you the most important thing in life. How to make fucking moves. We had a professional arrangement. Now we have an extremely personal one. I was here. That's all. Hold on. Don't I get another name? Like how Tempo was Taxman?
Could go with Tax Girl. Strong thematic resonance.
Get thinking then. And it better not be Tax Girl, or I'll kick off. Speak your piece. Keep your powder dry, Herschel. Stray spies still wandering around, looking for their forever home. Keep your powder dry, Herschel.
You're back, and you still look like that.
Yuck. That freak with the colored hair? Definitely not Moonglow. Whatever the opposite of Moonglow is, that's her.
It's true. She could never be a true Ultra. Sorry. She can't sing. She tried at school once, in the talent show. It was like high catastrophe. She died up there.
I mean, she should have actually died. If that was me, I would have just died. Thank you.
Sure.
You find yourself before the old Lusian. You leave. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You press the soft plastic, feeling the curves where it meets the metal underneath. The poke sends a ripple from your fingertip through the rest of your body, resonating with pleasure. You step away.
Hey, you. You're new to this scene, aren't you?
A young man in a long, colourful puffer jacket with an oversized collar stands guard.
Yeah, I represent the scene of Portofiro, or rather, what's left of it. Fresh threads, local histories, and whatever's up and coming. Not a lot is up and coming, though.
The word on the streets.
Really? I haven't seen you around. But maybe it's a good sign. Maybe the scene isn't as dead as it seems. My name is Kurt, by the way. Kisok, born and raised.
Is he not a bit too old to be speaking in this manner?
Likewise. See this jacket I'm wearing? A product of the local scene, custom made by one of the tailors here. Pretty cool, huh? It's one of a kind. Check out this zipper. It's got a pair of fangs on it. But you know what's not cool? Some of the official heat I've been feeling as of late.
The man stares at you with a long, stern look of hesitation.
I've bowled too hard. The streets of Portofiro have not been ready for such a display of style. And to be honest, I haven't been ready either. This cool jacket? The party alley tailor made it for me, but I never paid for it. I owe him money, I have no money, and I cannot show my face around the art of the scene. I'm a local guy. Been around here all my life. He knows my dad as well. And we signed a contract. I know fuck all about contracts. But I got the jacket. I felt high, exhilarated even. But I haven't been able to come up with the money. Haven't even had a single crossover. These days, the scene has deemed the notion of work out. So no. We signed a contract, as I said, but I was too excited to remember anything about the total cost. Maybe it was a lot, maybe it wasn't a lot at all. But the jacket is baller. I suspect and fear it was a lot. Can you find out how much money I owe him? What if it's impossible to pay back? What if other people find out that I am bowling on borrowed time? It would spell disaster for the scene. Thank you so much. Go to the Party Alley Plaza. It's east from here. There's a tailor named Bruce. Maybe you can ask him, like, quietly, diligently on my behalf about the, the price of the jacket. I'll be sure to make it worth your while. I'm checking out the scene, inhabiting the streets, thinking about the past and the future.
He's doing nothing.
Crop tops, monuments, and communism. Nothing's wrong with crop tops. It's all to do with belly buttons. In the current year of 96, the scene has deemed them out. This decade is all about portability. It's not feasible to take a monument with you. Maybe like a brick from the foundation or something, but not much more. Look around you. They tried it here, but it didn't work. All that remains from it are monuments and crop tops. Yeah.
Struck a nerve there.
Yep. Illusion, everything. Full reflection clothes, high-speed synthesizer music, and tiny attack dogs. The scene thinks it to be some kind of a power move, just for laughs. It's not like you'd see or hear them coming, right? They intend to overwhelm your eyes with brightness, so you wouldn't see them coming. Cool, but also menacing. A wall of electronic sound punctuated by low-end rhythm designed to misdirect your sense of space and time. L-pop is just the introductory lullaby to make the people, ballers included, drop their guard. They must have some substance, given their success on the global scene. A lot. Look at those people over there. Out-of-towners. Faultless threads. She's got Voter 9 sneakers. He's got a sacrophobe coat. And that man over there is most definitely wearing a crossbill. Those are all illusion brands. They don't even sell the knockoffs for some of these in the bazaar. Hence, they're most likely from out of town. I think they are illusion brand ambassadors. I ate them up the other day, hoping to represent the scene of Portofiro, but they weren't very talkative, told me to mind my own business. I thought we could have a scene crossover, but it was not to be. When life closes a door, it often closes another door before opening a window. The window of the scene. That's how it works. You're out until you're in, and vice versa. For decades, Kisok was a very low-quality scene, as far as the global scene goes. It's starting to show promise now, but I have to keep watch to make sure it doesn't go the wrong way. Oh, you don't know the scene worldwide? That's all right. Many don't. It takes many years of experience to see the scene like I do. I'm here to divulge. A firm 2 or 3 on the 10-point scale I just thought of. It's not very baller of them to force everyone to do jumping jacks or executing civil servants in the street, especially when wearing the clothes they do. La Luz is currently leading the scene, the undisputed world champion of what's in. Cicatriz Frontera may be the political capital, but the city of La Cupola is the scene capital.
A desert city known to be the center of Luz's film and music industry.
I've heard rumors, though, that the political types are all imprints of just one scene savant, and that's why the capitals are different cities. How would you duel for recognition if you're one and the same? The scene rage is real. I've seen it drive ballers mad and straight into the relegation zone, where they are deemed out. That's where they get deballerized.
He pauses, watches you a moment, and shuffles something in his pockets.
I protect my sources. Cool older guys would tell you that Kisok once ranked #1 on the global scene hierarchy. The Palace of Culture used to be the center of scene operations. Chief Baller ran the Communist Party from in there, but they couldn't keep up with the changing scene. In short, Kisok has ranked low for decades now, but new ballers rise from its ashes all the time. Ballers like me. This place is on the up. Only the culture, or rather, the baller blockade is holding us back. Did you lose your sight all of a sudden? You're looking at one. Take another look at the jacket. Yeah, cool. See you on the scene.
A name is emblazoned across the side of the tuk-tuk, in a cool blue font partly obscured by diaphanous hand-painted soap bubbles. Limfadores are Swiss, cleaners for hire. Around the back, an aluminium roll-up door shields the contents of the trailer. Evidently the expensive kind. Sterile, discreet, professional. This is who you call in when you're paranoid that regular help might molest the contents of your apartment. The roll-up door is bowed in, half crushed. The aluminium edges are misaligned, leaving an awkward gap that's desperately bridged by a worn padlock. That padlock is under sustained physical pressure. Its collapse is not far. The leather-upholstered bench is barely big enough for 2 people to share. A half-eaten sandwich, wrapped in paper, leaks grease onto the passenger side. The window is rolled down, just a crack. Someone has jammed a half-empty spray bottle of disinfectant and a damp rag into the shallow well on the dashboard. And there's a parking permit for 422 Calle Espinas taped to the inner windshield. The only other touch of the personal is a copper medallion hanging from the rearview mirror. The cheap metal was oxidized, a green patina on an embossed 8-pointed star. Some astrological thing. Who can keep track of it all? You can see the contents nestled between two flattened plantains, fried shrimp covered in melted cheese. Elderlord de Venus, extremely popular at pelota matches, and the main cause of Portofiro's looming epidemic of atherosclerosis. No one abandons a sandwich like that for long. The cleaners, wherever they are, have left little trace of themselves or their equipment inside of the vehicle. The tuk-tuk remains. The cleaning tuk-tuk with its soap bubbles and secrets seems almost prestigious now. The old padlock, under stresses it could not possibly endure, shudders and pops open. The small space is tightly packed. In the corner is a selection of buckets, a rack of brooms and mops mounted on the wall above them. Bottles of cleaning solution are tucked into every free space, with names like Zyfrox, Extra Clean, Shine and Shimmer. Your eyes land on a shapeless garment in a disconcertingly meaty shade of pink. There's a zipper on the back and a large tinted window at the front. A viewport out, but not in. Anything that obscures your face is good, when this suit has the advantage of obscuring your humanity completely. The suit slides off the rack and into your hands. The tuk-tuk remains in its place. You gaze up at Ultravioleta caught mid-song, enshrined in purple. Music emanates from a nearby low-fidelity speaker. Disorientating. She's both ahead of you and behind you at the same time, every direction at once. An expression of exquisite emptiness stares back at you. Strange eyes beneath a crown of foxglove. A little of both. She is the contour of a star. An indifferent angel, visible by the light she sheds on this planet. Ultravioleta, according to the projection text. Below the name it reads, "Cover the moon when I'm gone. Artist and song." A delicate voice weaves through slow chords, then soars over a crescendo. You smother a twinge of sadness in its crib. Cover the moon when I'm gone. I'll make you miss me like a sad song. An expression, strange eyes. If she weren't, people wouldn't project her face onto walls. The girl continues to stare beyond as you turn from the projection. At your approach, 3 heads turn in your direction. Through Kurt's insight, you can see it now. Everything they're wearing is the genuine article. No bootlegs or knockoffs here. You'd blend in better, undeniably. And people would probably respect you a lot more. They weren't interested in Kurt's proposal. Why would they respond to you? She flashes a glance at her feet, uncaring, and scuffs one side of the pristine shoes against the pavement.
That young man over there is a bit confused.
Street's blocked. Go another way.
We are overseeing the dispersion of a social gathering.
Keeping out party crashers. And making sure everyone gets home safe.
Your skin crawls at the girlish sound, bubbling out of a woman who it doesn't at all seem to belong to.
You can ask the GMs. We're not doing anything that isn't permitted. Apartments.
They share a look between all 3 of them. The woman, tapping her shoe, snorts a laugh.
The housing campaign.
An apartment block housing hundreds of families who were displaced after their original homes were seized by eminent domain, victims of the city's mid-century ambitions.
Perhaps you're lost.
You just need to say the right thing, the right way. He grunts. He couldn't care less about your opinion. You just need to say...
Do you now? I'm sure it's very close to the real thing.
The way you phrased that makes it sound like you're in possession of a knockoff. There's no shame in retreat. There is shame in being uncool, however. You just need to say the right thing. Of course you don't need to, but do you want to? You can feel 6 eyes on your back as you leave. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles. No reaction. Give it a rest for today. You step away. The bald man watches on as you approach, his frown deepening with each step.
Bold? What is this? High concept. Still, the figure has its strengths. You're from Murcia, yes?
A casual, yet impressive assessment.
The tilt of your spine. You're disciplined to stand straight. Brows.
Inside, a small cathedral of pristine jackets, dresses and suits, impeccably arranged. Unpadded jackets with their sleeves rolled up, just a bit. These are high-end power suits for business or formal soirees, thinner than what you find in Novessa. None. It's as if the space was arranged to reject sharp cuts and high-contrast neon. There are no price tags, but this is... There are no price tags, but this is the kind of place high-liquidity persons like you can afford. He offers a brief smile.
I don't sell clothes. I sell transformations. Transformations which generate epochs that capture the delicate moment between the before and the after. You've fallen prey to dissociation. What you need is to reunify your inner and outer self. This is a common mistake, and it must be rectified before any proper tailoring can begin. This is not a joke to me. I need to have the utmost trust in my clients, and vice versa. And even then, sometimes, I can't guarantee success. Normally, I would point you towards one of my regular clients who happens to be in town. A Monsieur Frederick of L'Empire-Sans-Territoire. Unfortunately, he seems determined to debase both himself and my fine work by standing absolutely still. Moreover, at a phone box devoid of joy. A good number of my clients don't live in Portofiro. Some pass through for work, others make an appointment with me, the sole reason for their visit. There's also a Monsieur Oskar of L'Empire-Sans-Territoire. But he has managed to violate my work to an even higher degree than Frederick. Let us not irritate me any further.
The tailor nods.
I'm creating Portofiran fashion in the old way, but brought into the modern age. Hand stitching, salvaged the local silks, skirts for men. Tradition with a twist. Nestorismo brought pants, and with them, the mediocritization of men's fashion. The skirt is the perfect utility garment and my inspiration for this evocation of Portofiro's past. An ensemble for a star-worshipping priest.
He gestures to a loose kimono in swirls of green and cream, and a boxy skirt made from the same material.
One of my more daring recent efforts. Not entirely successful. In light of my failures, 15% off. A silk torched their last sweatshop for the insurance. Most silk you find now is repurposed from old garments. It's priceless. Any flaw a man creates in the pursuit of his craft becomes a part of the craft. A mistake made by a machine is just a mistake. See? Look at this.
You're going to have to take his word for it.
Good eyes, yes. The stitch gives clear evidence of its human origins. I have a matching skirt for it. I dropped 2 stitches on that one. You have some semblance of an introduction to understanding. I see it as essential to safeguarding Portofiran culture. Nothing less. You've seen what it's like out there, I'm sure. It's not perfect, but I'd say it's the only reason Lalus haven't drowned us in the detritus yet. These Lucian imports, they're not even culture. Culture has never been and cannot be state-directed.
It has to come from inside. It's personal first.
Yes, but not only. Culture, authentic culture, emerges from the friction between the artist's hand and their chosen medium. And you too, why not? And them, and them, and them. Anything else is just logistics. Is that really the criterion by which you want to dress? Its value? Go on. Tell me why. Most people who come to me, they say they want an expensive suit. I tell them, the price of the suit doesn't matter, so long as the person wearing it is high value. So, why do you want the suit? Very well.
He disappears into the depths of his shop. Upon return, in his arms a bundle of fabrics. A pair of checkered shoes dangle from one finger.
All right, I've compiled some pieces that might give us a place to start.
The trousers are tailored in a loose fit style. Blocks of earth-toned silk have been neatly and nearly invisibly stitched together. It's subtle, but you can see the telltale bulge of shoulder pads. Sweat and much strength hide themselves here. The shoes are the most striking element of the outfit. A pop of eccentricity. Diamond-shaped leather cutouts in black and white, with a subtly pointed toe. They say I'm corporate, but still hip. There's no doubt about it. This is a power suit. You can't picture yourself wearing this. You're not even sure an imaginary woman could pull this look off. The sub-editor of the Nos Correntes review could work it, potentially. An improvement on the cardigan at least. If this style is empty, you'll just have to make the best of it.
I could offer some critique, yes. You may not like it.
He circles you with his gaze alone. His brow furrows.
This look doesn't evoke much. I prefer a unified ensemble. Unless, of course, you surprise me. Next. Ah, my young friend of the avant-garde, the savant of the scene. Has he sent you for another high-end piece of mine?
There seems to be no creditor in this man.
There must be a misunderstanding. The jacket's paid for.
He is genuinely surprised.
Let me clarify. The young man doesn't owe me any money. He owes the bank money. He must be confused. One of their subsidiaries recently launched a new scheme called the Financial Citizen. It allows people to buy things, art and services here, in the now, but pay for them later. It's getting quite popular as of late. According to the brochure I received, it makes the economy faster. I say that you cannot rush talent, be the money as vast as it may. Their subsidiary is right here in Portofiro. The customer signs an application, which I send to my creditors. I am paid shortly after. Life goes on, we all smile. The scene, yes. That is where the savant belongs, after all. However, I am saddened to say that the financial citizen may feel differently. Very little. I make use of their services, and that is where our dealings end. My M-Tier client, once off the phone line, could probably tell you more. The jacket itself was 500 sol, underpriced for a masterpiece, but there's accruing interest, service fees, and other economic fashions on the side of the bank. I'm perplexed. Does the young savant not understand how he afforded the jacket? We'll disagree then. He is aesthetically astute. He gets style and the finer points of my craft. A natural. Please tell Kurt not to worry about me. We are settled. But do remind him of his arrangement with the bank. I'd like to keep making pieces for him. Turn your head to the left? Perhaps you really could fit into the high-value class. You have the structure for it.
Inherited from your mother. The only decent thing she ever actually gave you.
You are. Many women consider it undesirable, but it's key to the look. There's a certain way that those people carry themselves. It's the way I want everyone to look in my clothes. Effortless, free and easy, under no pressure at all. If you want a suit for less money, you must embody this. It's beyond relaxation. It's tranquility, serenity. The ultimate representation of a consummate professional on the go. It's cool. Yes, you understand. You'll need to prepare. It may take some time, the body needs to recover. Get a good night's sleep. Drink a fancy coffee. Smoke an expensive cigarette. Live within the means of a man who makes decisions for a living.
If you want to look like a person who can handle pressure, you'll need to reduce your own.
Awful. Still. Absolutely not. I can see the stress in your pores. I expect you to look effortless. This is what's there for you. Well then. This is what's there for you. Well then. Of course you will.
to see you on the scene again. Yes? Really? What? The bank? How can it be? This is not what the scene is about. I owe money to Emter?
Money. Some say it is real, others say it is fake. But it definitely has an impact on the world at large and the individuals within. For this young man, the explanation should be as simple as possible.
What does that mean?
Even simpler.
But how can it be? I've never even met anyone from Emter. How would they know of my desires?
You can do it. There is a moment of almost serene, silent reflection within his eyes before the stark reality washes over him.
Oh no. So I'm in a lot of debt. Is this what they call the invisible hand? I think I am feeling it around my neck. What should I do? Should I become an illusion brand ambassador? How am I going to face my father like this? He's a proud man, he wouldn't understand. No, it would never work out. He's got no sense of style and spends his days withering away in a cold hallway. It is just not possible for a Portofiran to pay back a loan. No one's ever done it. There must be somebody from Emter around here who could help me. Someone who could absolve me of my debt. Like a high priest of capital or a liquidity mage. Please, find them and help me. I promise I will make it worth your while.
There is no such thing as a high priest of capital. There are, however, Emter representatives.
He's old school, living in his delusions of past grandeur. Thinks he's got it all figured out with the money, the business. Very proud. Zero knowledge of the scene or what's fresh. Going to give me another one of his lectures. Very uncool. He's the manager of the housing campaign. Or at least that's what he calls himself. In reality, he's just a janitor. Yeah, like what's definitely out. The scene's the scene. See you on the scene.
Could I ever see beyond her, only to discover more of her?
The middle-aged man stares into the sky, left eye loping slightly. His hair and suit are both in moist disarray. A pink tie hangs open around his neck.
No. All is lost. Are you looming over me in official capacity? A hedged opening position. Exploitable if we found ourselves across the table. But I have abandoned post. Delegated all responsibility to my junior. It will hobble him. of course, the fate of our kind. I am Oskar Metamoto, senior negotiator for l'Empire de la Empire Sandu without la Empire.
A glimpse of steel submerged behind his bloated jowls.
I am, or was, and may yet be again. Thank you for the offer, but we are far beyond that pale. For immediate release, Oskar Metamoto is hors d'usage until he receives at least 3 apologies. One from my opposite number, one from my superiors for the professional cuckolding, and one from my aforementioned junior for making me superfluous. Mountainous vision of flesh, a true angel incarnate, terrifying everything. She is my friend, the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista. I've committed no corporeal crime, high mental treason only. But should it come to it, apologies go 2 ways at Che Metamoto. Then why am I so thoroughly cursed? No luck to it. A series of bad decisions, amid worse ones I had no real hand in. I know how it works, but still, on principle, seems my hors d'usage will be much prolonged. I wouldn't know, because he has yet to appear. How dare you? He's Lucian. They're the ones that should mind their mannerisms. I will prize them from dead hands if necessary. My friend, the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista. The only woman that will satiate Metamoto now.
Radiating with grubby intent.
None. The terms are set. No choice in the matter. Heart burgled away. Come closer then. She is a masterpiece.
Rather than complete drunken nonsense, the senior negotiator's fingers are tracing a specific shape. Is that a hoof?
A forbidden one, conceived by an ancient master, high on blood sacrifice.
Your eyes fall on an empty can of coffee, its center crushed flat by an errant boot, rolling in disjointed rhythm across the cobbled stone. Beside you, you're aware of the senior negotiator fidgeting.
There is, so much of her. So you understand my predicament.
He looks up at you with a small shine in his eyes, a hope that you are aligned.
Essentially, this. No. Too much of a coward. Barely see her anyway, though the distance doesn't make much difference to me. Thank you for the encouragement.
He rubs the invisible slate clean of his Lolita tracing and softly blows the air.
My friend is the ambassador. Lolita Calista and I will never be friends. We will be all, or we will be nothing. I love her searingly. Searingly. At one tiresome function or another. I don't recall. I was too astounded by the primal synchronicity. Like the day meeting the night. Ineffable. Ephemeral. In the vulgar sense or the spiritual sense? One would hope she felt the illicit magnetism also. Of course, there's no way to know. The heart of my tragedy. Here in Portofiro? No. Here at my personal nadir, strewn upon the gravel? I would say affirmative. I cannot concur. The bank is always open.
And always in town.
Yet another special condition on the master contract that dismantled history. But I can say no more. I am le négociateur sans corps. Frederick, my stretched agitator. Yes, that's my jeune, Frederick. Stretched and ensnared. Well, this is what the big teams will do to you. He'll be fine. It's only the developed world at stake.
A knowing, almost cruel smirk flashes across the map of destruction which makes up his face.
That's the good thing about sex. Never really too much. Resets itself, doesn't it? Is he? Good for Fred. Get it all out. I'm not concerned. Prostitutes are wardens of the world's secrets. Young Fred's got spreadsheet head. Metamoto's a little more vibey wily. Oh, hugely. Were I Fred, I would be filled with nothing but concern. No, he's just very delegable. Very delegable. His best attribute by my count.
You're getting some great people management tips here.
Frederick has it all in hand, I'm sure. How do you mean? Mega perv? Aha! Of course it's not. Especially as you get older. Certain inevitability. Where do you fall on the spectrum?
Masturbating to a phone line is about where you fall.
Ah, more Freddy speed. Who's the bigger pervert in your estimation? Myself or Fred Lejeune? It's the feverish desperation, isn't it? He's slick with it. I visited an old friend. On the verge of our great triumph, we defeated ourselves. The moon. But all is secret, like the silent side of that divine satellite. Reno, final boss of Reno Enterprises, and most famously, final boss of telephonic communication. The blood-soaked arena was Reno's apartment. Cozy little penthouse at the tippy-top of the housing campaign. Private elevator, of course. Tunnel to the Holocene, site of our last stand. Top shelf liquor, mostly. The crowd roaring as we were torn apart, blood running rivers in the sand. We often do at our rare reunions. But no, some others fought alongside us. Intimate circle. I brought Frederic Lejeune along too, which proved to be an error, but also a lesson well learned. Train incident. Serious. Not the most auspicious start. Fred went weak at the knees because the toy train was Reno's prized child joyous trophy. A terrible fate.
You've wandered into some bizarre capitalist shit here.
Eons drew up his very first contracts when he was getting into private infrastructure. Bulletproof. A routing. I knew it was a mistake accepting the invitation. Reno can have quite the time when he revs up, but one can't not drink to the moon. Gotta find them where you can. A forgiver. We are around. We linger. Whose debt needs abracadabraing? Yes, our program for the disadvantaged to accentuate their purchasing power. Fantastic stuff. Very fair rates. Fair child, there is no such thing as money. It is a mere promissory note. There is only debt and credit. Why not? Seems I have very little on, but I require holy water for the right of forgiveness.
The liquidity mage needs liquid.
Yes, the holiest. In well-stocked markets and machines. The name, Wisnia Schnapps. On tour. The on tour part is very important. Return with it, and we can begin the ride. I believe the correct term is unlicensed detention facilitator. Mostly urban myth, overawed folklore. Either way, not my department.
But a department nonetheless. Further proof the Emter are pulling the piano wire.
High tragedy. La Ballade du Frère Lejeune. I don't care to get into it. The boy's embarrassed himself enough.
Alcohol was the key. Ply him with the stuff.
Devious, but not unattractive. Yes, I think I'll take it. We've made a deal, strange woman. A deal sealed and done.
He throws the alcohol back down his throat, eyes open wide, staring at the sky.
Metamoto is back at the table. So, yes, the little reunion we had at Reno's. The one that's rendered me gravel-bound. Fred was also in attendance. There were a handful more high rankers present too. Renoites, movers and makers, political actors, and Metamoto and his jeune. The prize train was in circulation, being shown off to a trusted few. A moment's distraction, a stray placement. Fred saunters in from the kitchen, wreathed in smiles, fails to scan the landing zone. Sits right on it. The crack, splintered plastic, a gunshot through the soul. Freddy knew instantly what he'd done. I also knew, but for the boy's sake, pretended not to notice. The jeune stayed seated on the wreckage for almost 2 hours until things got elucid enough for him to make his play.
A tremendous feat of endurance.
He seized a moment of distraction, then, limping slightly, off he snuck to stash the body. That will be one of 1,000 pressures assailing the boy, but it will be a significant one. Bigger occasions have fallen through for less. You hate to see it in the professional game. You've been playing at the wrong tables. The bank's very above board. I, personally, have never before seen him disintegrate a model train, but it's not the first time he struck an own goal at a social gathering. Fred has killer instinct, robust at the table. But socially, the dial reads Dread 0. He did not. Fortuitous. Fred would have been banished from the tower immediately. But he will notice if he hasn't already. He will notice. Reno cares about 2 things above all others. His cat and his train. And also his businesses above all others. I didn't see where he put the main part. He scampered off to a dark corner of the pied-à-terre to conduct his beastly business. Well, the other part is in the reliable hands of Metamoto. I was trying to get the jeune out of a jam, of course. Plausible deniability. Major asset at the table.
He gazes at you, head dipping forward like a fading pulse. Suddenly sentimental, the emotional quick change of a ravaged alcoholic.
Because it makes me think of her. What other reason is there? It is, of course, my friend the ambassador's wife, Lolita Calista. I usually charge a consulting fee, by the way. For you, I'll waive.
The machine is still soured by the smell of urine. The piss smell.
Did you find an empty person? Yes? I have no schnapps. Is it over for me? Is it over for the scene? Decades of culture evaporated by its biggest enemy, a lack of funds. See you on the scene. Cobblestones awash in early morning lights. Vespa hovers by the fogged mirror's doors, his cap tilted against the drizzle.
Surprise backup. Good. Crime scene's here. Failure to serve before 9. 6 more minutes. Then I say we go in and ask questions. If you insist. But I am here for work. Ugly pelota game last night. Couple stabbings.
Work justifies presence. Any liquor is incidental.
One of the regulars will talk. Why are you out and about?
6 hours in the back of a tuk-tuk, watching a bordello's comings and goings, cupping smokes to hide the glow. The boy working the door forced smiles through smeared lipstick.
That seals it. I'm taking you in, for your own good.
The doors open. You and Vespa walk in with shared purpose.
Hello again. What'll it be?
She gives the photograph a brief, considered glance.
No. Must have been before my time.
She studies the photograph for another moment.
I don't think I've ever seen most of these people.
Most, not all.
That one was a carabinero, right? Right. Him I used to see around. That's tough. He died, I think. It's been a while. Almost 5 years. He was nice. I can see that. How'd you say you knew him again? Ah. There was this guy he used to meet with, Rustamian, heavy set. Pretty sure he was an informant. Yeah, goat eyes. That's him. I'm saying he might know more, if that's what you want. Don't forget your photo. See you. Hello again. What'll it be?
They're not here. Never drank himself. He'd cover you if you whined about it, but only if he was already getting one for himself. Product of her generation, she knew how to keep herself to herself. Like one of those master sword makers the government subsidizes to make 2 blades a year. It took him a long time to warm up to people, but once he did, he was loyal to a fault. Of the endless ring when you called to tell him the boat was going to leave without him still itches at you.
Let me know if you need something else. See you.
Operant. Come around, have you? My offer is this. I share with you a little from my wall of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Reading material. There's a bookstall just north of here, unmanned. A holdover from more idealistic days. There's a certain magazine in there. I'd like you to bring me a copy. Ultra middle-brow poetry, if I understand correctly. Somehow this city with a literacy rate hovering about 68% manages to keep an arc of high culture afloat. Curious, don't you think? In my time, operants like to submerge themselves in the local culture. Get in there, slather yourself in its essence, covered with a genius loci, all that good stuff. I don't know about that, but it probably won't make you a worse one. Come on, bring it here once you've got it. Till next time, operant.
The stall remains as... Houseman wanted a poetry magazine from this place, didn't he? You flip through the stack of slims. You scan the stall, but find no poetry section. Instead, there are several piles of unsorted periodicals, each one dozens of issues deep. Most of those journals look cheap, pulp adjacent really. They probably feel cheap too. Exactly. Think high quality spine, silky cover, something with a premium heft to it. You just need to dig in. You turn away. The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. You turn away. The stool remains. Ouch. You catch your finger on an errant staple. The magazines bite back. You turn. The stool remains. You come across a small collection of a notably different stock, not far from the top of the pile. They're sturdy, recently pressed, and the finish is smooth to the touch. You turn away. The latest issue of a literacy periodical called the Nos Currentes Review. It's weighty, as if promising to be a tome of great import. First impressions matter. The person responsible for the design of this journal knows that. Two greyhounds frozen in mid-gallop against a field of blue. Around them, the titles of a few major poems and contributors. There's no logical connection between any of these things. The table of contents lists dozens of names you don't recognize, unusual for a poetry magazine. This appears to contain a section devoted to cryptograms. Pages filled with heart, with soul, attempting to put into words the inscrutable feelings unique to these modern times. You alight on a double-page spread of poems. The first is about an ungrown hawthorn tree. Another tries to force razor to rhyme with demi-semi-quaver, while one is simply blank, a non-poem. This only serves the people as an example of the mediocrity they should avoid. Experimentation inside a given medium is the only way its boundaries can be discovered and transgressed. Despite containing no words, the non-poem comes with extensive footnotes. There's at least one of these in every issue. It's claimed that a non-poem draws attention to our need for poetry by forcing us to embrace its non-existence. Maybe that's why you were taken out of action for 5 years. The non-Herschel highlights the need for the real Herschel. Easy to say when you've never even tried to write a poem yourself. Nothing so vulgar. Just more fastidious arrangements of words, all without illustration, bars and bars of it. The literariness of the magazine really comes through. Focusing on the relentless black on white of the pages make your eyes strain with effort. It is no longer a magazine you look at, but a blurry carousel of monochromatic scenes. You turn the magazine back to its cover. Asymmetrical grids and empty boxes, a jumble of letters listed alongside them. Every inch of the page has been used meticulously. Holocene would love this section. Cryptograms are his thing. They are intended for the general public, if a niche section, so should be way below the level of cryptography you encounter in theatre. You've already solved Tempo Cipher since you returned, so you've had a little practice at least. You turn the magazine back to its cover. For interest in obtaining a subscription, to purchase in bulk, or to make a submission, please write care of H. Gottschlich, Keysock Roundabout Esther, 93221. A gold embossed logo type at the bottom of the page. Unfortunately, part of it is smeared during the printing process. It is only possible to make out the words made, thanks, and trust. Seems like an acknowledgement of some kind. Thanking someone or something that helps to make the magazine possible.
Operant. Brilliant work. It seems your pomegranate folder was true to life. Closer to a dissimulation, but no need to belabor the point. The experience was real. That's what matters. Awful places. A bit like massage parlors or business schools. They dress them up all sorts of ways, but on the inside, they're pretty much all the same. So let's review once more for the operants in the back. First requirement, a secluded location with easy access. Desolate enough, though somewhat lacking in suitable structures. Look further afield. Second, an inconspicuous facade. You mean the good Dr. Hugo. I believe that man has his share of secrets, but not of the car seal variety. Lastly, modern security. Ding ding. Now there's an operant-grade inference.
He slides the copy of the North Corentis Review back across the table and taps the cover with a fat finger.
There are some who'd say the developed world is nothing but a great big mask, obscuring a face of horrors.
You had all the pieces. You only needed to slot them together.
I suspect you don't know the half of it yet. Very thorough, Bon. Then you know your next destination. Call it talent scouting. I may be a non-entity, but I'm not entirely at the game. Wanted to see for myself what it is the opera once saw in you.
A tool for a task, nothing more or less. Another plaything of the stars, impelled by processes beyond its comprehension.
Good luck getting yourself in jail, and better luck getting out. Till next time, operant.
You were panting from the run over, heart thudding in your ears. Hours late. There was an astral door beside that trash can, and an exchange due with your opposite number for documents within. It's empty. You were only supposed to handle the pickup and drop off. Some blueprints in exchange for a dossier. That's way too fucking boring to remember. We've already forgotten it again. You turn to see Estok sitting at a nearby bench, shaking her head at you slightly over a newspaper. Shh. She looks away and changes her posture, letting her coat fall in such a way that you see the sign in her pocket, a brochure for beach bungalows. She sneers and rearranges her coat, hiding the brochure. When you called Violeta that night, you gave her the name of the brochure as confirmation of the handoff, and never mentioned a thing about SD. So that's it. He's gone. Asset virtue. Confirmed. Zeroed out.
Only two possibilities. His own brothers for failing the Brotherhood, or the Azuris. Figure it was the Azuris.
His employer. What's he heard?
News of a dead carabinero usually comes with jokes and shit talk. Maybe drinks. But sure as the Cape boys were quiet, so were the Azuris. He'd been on the shit list for a while, I'm sure. Maybe he pissed off one of the pecans. Doesn't matter. The uniform's reason enough. And Vespar didn't look too good the last time we met. Like he knew something ugly was coming.
You recall Vespar speaking of his time in the Guardia Municipal, a decade of low-stake days. Making Goat Eyes look like a snitch, with none of the perks. The young man stares at you for a long time.
As much as Vespar's outfit bothered me, you stand by everything your employer does, Habibti? There's this old Rastamian saying my grandmother liked. Some troops arrive already carrying a shovel. I'll be seeing you.
Wolf time.
Forget all that failure in your life. It's time for a rebrand. Ultra fuck up wolf is out and in her place.
We know all the wolves. That's not one of them. Cool. But if she has a power, that must mean she has a curse. So how can she get rid of the curse? A weapon to break the curse.
Slowly, with great care, the boy lifts up his sword and hands it to you.
I hope it helps.
The children ignore you.
Oh, you're back. Was it you running around causing chaos before? Everyone's talking about it. But don't worry too much. There's nothing to do but talk around here. They'll forget soon. So, you want some party supplies?
The stall beside her boasts a display of wig topiary, plastic tiaras, novelty sunglasses, a burst of colours and textures vying for your attention. Behind it all, you see an oddly familiar shape. The tailored shoulders, the sharp collar. The shape is robust and clean, with an architectural asymmetry, like a knife. A cape, but nothing like the other costume pieces around it.
What takes your fancy? You need anything else? Thanks for stuff.
You step back to the tower of plushies. You turn back.
Good day. Good day to you. Good day. Bastardo. Carmona doesn't keep track of us in names. Who cares? She just smokes and skims clothes off the top of the shipments. Things we don't notice.
Sounds more like she notices, but does not care.
And she's been collecting our payments for the last few weeks. Suddenly, we low people must tolerate a teenager managing the place on his behalf. I won't have it, Manina. She may run the bootleg bazaar, but she doesn't run her Doña Carmona. No! That poor man! Carmona always said he was a good soul.
No, she did not.
With grief. He was a good man. Always kind to everyone. That poor thing. Good day to you.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. look wasn't for nothing. Something happened over there. He knows you're one of Tempo's now. Remind him that you can be trusted. You scan the area, trying to mirror his gaze. Along the harbour, dock workers shuffle crates. Further out, the unfinished tram pylon looming over the bazaar. And beyond, nothing. Instinctively, he looks down, but tries to stop himself. It's almost like he's... Yes, everything within him is making a concerted effort not to react. It's a mill of pedestrian movement. The comings and goings of cargo all along the harbour. Trying to pick out any of the details isn't something you can do without years of experience. His vision of the world is closed off to you, only hinted at in the dark mirrors that cover his eyes. He hardens his jaw. Tell him to not go into that office himself. He shouldn't see. Ignatz, the man you first saw at Photo 24. What have he got to pseudopod? Ignatz was lurking around Photo 24 after all. A possibility, but consider that the truth of things is, at times, terribly simple. He furrows his brow. He doesn't have to like it, but his nights will be kinder for it. He lowers his head.
As you know, Cascade, the official story is that history is over. Complete. No more. However, as you also know, the nature of the conflict didn't end with the signing of Latour Woolgar. The zone of action simply shifted to a submaterial plane. Signs abound for those who know how to read. And in this subliterate age, only the conspiracy spy possesses the training and insight to interpret them. The secret author, critic, and proofreader of reality. Where other spy types waste time attempting to influence events, the conspiracy spy critiques and reorders the meaning of reality using only the power of her mind. You are the rat in the rubbish heap, gnawing on decaying waste, vibrating with dark energies, transfixed by the text on discarded milk cartons. According to this secret language, your so-called whole-sick crew did not fail. You succeeded in fulfilling your pre-written role, which was to fail. Nothing means what it seems to mean. In fact, safer to assume the opposite. There is always a plan, conspiracy spy. Best to make sure you're in on it. The rubbish bin of reality awaits. Time to dive in.
Didn't I tell you to remove that outfit? I've already warned you about pretending to be a carabinero. So what would you want with a jail?
Whoops. Time for an intriguing exit.
A thing? What's that mean? No, I do not. And there's no jail around here. But to each their own, Morito says. Not this again. Did Aunt Carmuna put you up to this? She's been a worrier for as long as I've known her. Always some catastrophe or other looming. But it's not just that. Carmuna and most of the older folks, they can't accept that things overall are all right. Some people struggle with that. Look around. What do you make of the bazaar?
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. You step into the booth and press the receiver of the phone that makes people disappear against your ear.
must see her.
Two of the pilots slowly turn their heads towards the third, the silent one. A leaden silence descends. You have touched on something that should not have been touched upon.
Now, what makes you ask that?
Well, we're not. Not how we get our kicks.
If Joe wants to tell you, that's his problem. I'm not translating. You shouldn't.
Why don't you tell us something titillating instead? Liven up the mood. You let me try. I will.
His companions may not accede to tell you, but he will, if you can understand him, that is. Steady breathing, a gaze as missing as it is fixed on you. He will not lower it. Defiance keeps it aloft.
Why don't you tell us something nice, sweet thing? Lighten the mood a bit, eh? Until next...
If I said I wanted you to touch me, where would you do it? Would it hurt? Metamoto. What about him?
The young man turns to look you straight in the eye, just for a moment.
Metamoto was sober for 10 years. I hope they're very good stories.
A feeling like an ice dagger pierces your gut.
Ah, yes. The sorrows of Metamoto. I'm supposed to care because he possesses such vast reservoirs of pure feeling. Well, I refuse. Metamoto is always going on about people he supposedly knows. Maybe they once existed. I wouldn't count on it now. Nothing. If you ask me, she's just a figment of his besozzled imagination. No, not like you. You're oh so real. Probably all the booze you've been filling him with. Now, if you don't mind, some of us are still working here. Tell me your availability this month is severely limited.
That seems to have got his attention.
I owe him an apology? Have I got that right? If it weren't for me, this whole... Wait. I don't owe you an explanation, nor do I owe him an apology. If the legends are true, the man was an absolute force of nature. A debaser of national currencies, a scourge of public investments. Now Metamoto can't even hold his ground against a quart of Wisnia. And yet they expected him to face down the Lucian Empire? She was asking about Metamoto. No, I wouldn't want to. Wait, all three of us? If you insist. Good. The insidious gap is far more enthralling. If you insist. Good.
Warily. A stray cat hops soundlessly over a nearby wall. Your double turns to you.
Cascade. I'm not saying it's likely, Cascade, only that the possibility can't be dismissed out of hand. Point 1, nocturnality. Point 2, X-ray sight. Spoken like someone who's never locked eyes with a cat through a wall. We wait, of course. They know more about us than we do about them. We have to wait for them to show their hand. They have their own methods, their own strategic objectives, unaligned with any known power. And, I fear, devious and at odds with our own.
Your double continues walking, his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze restless, darting around the scene, taking in everything. Absolutely everything. Bagman gestures wildly on the television screen. This is the ad for the reality situation you've seen before. The sounds from the... Sprawled in front of you is a huge control panel. It looks exactly how you imagine the cockpit of a flying machine would. Work this out, and you should be able to drain the water outside. The controls before you are unlabeled. There are 2 glowing buttons, a switch, and a single large lever. Push the buttons. No, wait, the lever. Whichever goes click-clack the loudest. It doesn't budge. The metal switch flips to on with a heavy, satisfying thunk. A hum of machinery runs through the walls. No warning lights, no worrisome noise. Keep going. A short, powerful hiss of water resounds in the surrounding plumbing. Steps confirmed so far. 1, press red button. 2, switch. 3, lever. 4, 5, tentative. Red button, long press. A short, powerful hiss of... Steps confirmed so far. 1, press thunk, and the switch flips to off. The metal switch, the mechanism's already in place. It doesn't budge. Nothing appears to happen. You could keep trying, but the smartest move is to rule out unknown variables. The button remains nestled in its place, oblivious to your thoughts. As you suspected, the button releases a stream of water somewhere when it is held down. The hiss turns into a trickle, and then stops entirely. The water won't drain unless it has somewhere to go. Nothing appears to happen. You leave the control panel, as inscrutable as ever. The large pipe outside the window catches your eye again as you turn away from the console. The pipe twists out from the concrete like the roots of a plumbing tree. It's a central part of the water lock mechanism. Somehow these tubes drain and pump it. An interconnected system, a simple loop. They are just pipe. The pipe twists out from the concrete like the roots of a plumbing tree. Normally, a water lock would be above ground and entirely manual, but this is an annoyingly modernized version. However, the principle remains the same. There are doors at either end, and a sluice gate to lower the water inside the lock. The latter is probably located inside the largest pipe, the one you're staring at right now. The water level is up right now. If you can close the gates, it's a simple matter of figuring out which control releases the water through the sluice pipe. Indeed. And an operant should always be thorough when searching for clandestine spaces. You return to find the control panel has become somewhat more legible. In line with your observations, you close both lock doors and then release the water through the internal sluice gate. A violent pressurized hiss is heard as the lock drains through the immense pipe to your right. You leave the control panel, its language now mastered. The pipe twists out from the concrete. They adjust.
Go on. It must be down there somewhere.
But it's all slimy.
No. She must learn her lesson. Oh, what the hell? It's my expensive bottle of schnapps. She dropped it down there when the water was up. If you find it, I'd appreciate it if you bring it back.
It was an accident.
I know, Caracalito, but Daddy can't catch any shrimp for dinner if he's thirsty. You dropped it, so you have to find it. Don't you agree?
Arms crossed, brow furrowed, not a hint of paternal care.
Sure. Good. Come on then, down you go.
But Daddy, I don't want to.
That's not the point, Caracalito, okay? You've got to learn your lesson. Not for 2 weeks. Normally her mother looks after her, but I've got some time off myself, so I'm doing it.
We're spending quality time together.
We were, until you dropped my bottle in the water. What about it? Don't get my hopes up.
Don't step on the shrimp. You make your shoes smell.
A bottle sits in wet surrender among the grime. The label, damp but still holding strong, reads, Vishnia Schnapps on tour. Must be the expensive bottle of schnapps the young girl dropped into the water. It's 60% proof, much stronger than a typical bottle of schnapps. The sour cherry flavor makes it go down easy. A one-stop bottle for all your drinking needs. You snatch up the bottle and realize it's unopened, and therefore uncontaminated. You are faced with 2 options. Return it to the father at the top of the ladder, or Out of the darkness emerges another wolf cup. Large, plastic, and glorious. The plastic wolf, in round spectacles, reads an ancient tome, a wizard's staff strapped to the back of his cloak, splashed across the cup's side. Eager wolf. Someone seems to have put this container away for safekeeping, and then forgotten about it. He looks sort of bookish and reserved, actually. He looks like the kind of wolf who'd stick his snout in between the pages when no one was looking, just to smell the old paper. Itching to prove that he can lead the pack, if they'll only give him the chance. Blobs of yellow paint refuse to stare back at you. His gaze is fixed somewhere to the side, drawn away from his book. By what? It's unclear. He carries himself with straight shoulders, a confident posture, but his thick glasses hide a furry face twisted with anxiety. Eager Wolf joins the crew. Another plastic wolf cup in your hand. As before, 1 out of 6 is stamped on the hard bottom. 6 in total to get your hands on. You're on your way to collecting a full set. Your fingertips itch with anticipated pleasure. The door looms. Its keypad glowers at you dubiously. Glossy metal finish. No hint of rust or weathering. An even darkness runs along the door's edges. The metal is cool against the flesh of your ear. You only hear a low warble and the thumps of your own heartbeat. A heavy, die-cast 10-digit keypad with a matrix of tactile switches. A trio of wires runs from the bottom of the keypad to the door. The keypad sends its input to a series of relays inside the door. If the input is right, solenoids pull the bolts open. Assuming an 8-digit combination, you're looking at 100 million possibilities, rounded up by 1. It seems wiser not to try. You look around the imposing door. It's hard to see its full form without a light, but inside, there seem to be hundreds of small protuberances sprouting along a cylinder. There's something about stars and what it says about this type of lock, but it doesn't quite come to you. You haven't learned anything new, but at least you gave the lock a good eyeball in. The door... The door looms before you once more. Think. Codes are rarely random. What was that sub-editor studying again? In her exercise papers. And there was a pattern. Long, short, long. Assuming a 4-digit code instead of 8 digits. The shadows were here long before the metal and wires. Before empires carved arrogance into stones. And before thought meld with the dark. And watch as even the stars grow pliant before you. A soft, electronic tone plays, and you hear the chunk of mechanisms unlocking. communed with the dark and the secrets it holds. The door parts open in deference. The metal drawer slides out nearly soundlessly, revealing rows of official-looking folders. After a moment of rifling, your fingertip catches on a sharp edge. The culprit is a large beige folder, labelled Visitors, notated. Lot of footfall for a nondescript building tucked in the corner of a city. Strangers in grainy black and white stare back at you. Under each photo, a terse itinerary. Visitor, date of arrival, date of departure. Each of them seems to have left the same way. Flight D153 to a regional airport in Ile-de-Serres. There were reports of a ghost site labour colony on Ile-de-Serres that the opera took seriously. Whatever it is, it's certainly not poetry. You skip through the stack until your eye catches on a man's face. Mid-60s, eyes blown up by milk bottle glasses. The last time you saw him, he was smiling at the camera. He isn't smiling here. He looks exhausted and grubby, crumpled at the corners. His glasses were still with him when this was taken. A sudden talisman, the last thing he gave up. Visitor Krantz Eno, date of arrival 4/3/96. Notes, prolonged interrogation, mostly unsuccessful, until daughter threatened. Gone. It disappears soundlessly into the stack. You look for any young woman by the name of Violeta. You find none. Obviously a stage name. She could still be in here somewhere, unknown to you. You bend your arm at an uncomfortable angle and press around at the deepest part of the drawer. Nothing. Not even a lost paperclip or bent staple. The drawer's base makes a thin rattle, not the hollow echo you were hoping for. You pull your hand back from the standard issue cabinet. Piles crowd over the gap you made. Enter Cascade, delver of secrets, dismantler of clerical assets. The files blur, then your fingers pause, your conscious mind catching up a split second behind. SD Newitz, head of human capital, MTER, a familiar name, stamped in green ink. The past descends with talons. Your old asset, S-Doc, still draped in the same cover you left her in, with one new styling. She is fastened to her cover, mutating with it. The mask has become her face. S-Doc, status alive, alignment unknown, presume bad faith. Something about unreturned phone calls, abandoning your assets, record lows in cowardice, that kind of thing. A telephone from 5 years ago startles in its cradle, waking you from the thin end of a dream.
Herschel, it's Esty. I'm going to talk fast. Something is dreadfully wrong.
Her phrasing that day always stuck with you. Dreadfully wrong. The most wrong a thing could ever be. The memory bleeds away. Your eyes refocus on the filing cabinet before you. An address listed in the housing campaign to the north of Party Alley. No house number given. Existing in plain sight. Courageous. You store the file in the cabinet and the information for later use. The metal rattles against itself as the drawer slides shut. The heavy steel door contains a single small window. Next to it, another brand new intercom like the one upstairs. As with anything that talks in this city, it is emblazoned with the blue Renotel logo. Heavy condensation is obscured through layers of glass. Nothing can be seen here, in the domain of shadow and smudge. Your fist barely makes a sound on the thick, reinforced metal. You hear a brief, static crackle. It fades out to leave the ambient hum of another room. You hold your ear to the box, living electricity buzzing along your ossicle bones. Somewhere in the amplified quasi-silence, there's a distant rustling, perhaps breathing.
Stop rapping on my door. Don't you people ever tire? The communists. Intriguing. I can barely make you out through this little viewing slot. No, we'll just make do without. Do you have a name? That's not a name. That's a falsehood. Herschel. Very good.
You already have a name for him, even if it's a fraudulent one.
Impressive. Though under the circumstances, I'd say poor Dante is more appropriate. Hello, Herschel. How are you doing in there? If you're from the opera, you must be Tempo del Sur's well-connected friend.
You can practically feel the gaffer up in the rigging, guiding the spotlight along your path. A wave of static crashes over the line.
You could say we're both servants of culture. The ministry maintains relations with a number of men like your unfortunate friend. Sure, we'll go with that. Briefly, I was making a personal call from one of those infernal payphones when two men bundled me harshly into a tuk-tuk with a rough sack over my head. Soon after, I found myself in this waterlogged hell. I might have gathered, for an entity devoted to human flourishing, Emter seem indifferent to the conditions of actual humans. How very liberal. Boo-hoo-hoo. That's what I say to that. I haven't the faintest idea. His fate's no longer my concern. Good for you. To me, he was a betrayer. Good for you. Whether that's good for me remains unseen.
For a moment, nobody says anything. Green water sloshes about your feet.
Tempo assured me the opera were enthusiastic about the terms, despite the risks involved. Are you telling me that was not the case?
Here it is, the side deal. First of several, potentially. A long, crackling sigh fills the room.
I procured for Tempo del Sur an extremely rare device. The only one of its kind outside the Illuminated Empire. That is what he called it, yes. I told him not to repeat it. It's a prototype for a new bootlegging device. I would tell you all about it, but really it's best to see for yourself. Not that many, only the big ones. Of course he did. I smuggled it out of the Empire in my own diplomatic bag. Our friend was very insistent on this point. His end first.
The Galliana is withholding sacred Lusian artifacts from you. This cannot stand.
But tell me, if Tempo is no more, what has become of this extremely rare device? Teenagers. Somehow both appropriate and terrifying. Not that it's any concern of mine just now, but I would not leave such a thing unaccounted for. It's not easy to leave the Illuminated Empire. Tempo promised he would call in certain favors. Alas, only one of us got what we bargained for. Please, my socks are so true. The buttons of my feet look like wrinkled tissue. I'd like to be out of here before my toes start to blacken. Let's not keep your masters waiting. There's a ritual in motion, Herschel. One I suspect you've got an important part to play in. Soon there will... Wait!
The phone line hisses and goes silent.
Apologies. I had to attend to a personal matter. A large rat swimming along the floor of my cell. It's not so hard to drown them usually. This one was just very oily. Right, the reason you're here. There's a very important man on his way to Portofiro as we speak. His name is Facundo Reyes.
At the base of your skull, a tickle in your brainstem. Minister of Mass Culture for Lelou's, political theorist, suspected war criminal, architect for Lelou's meteoric cultural rise. As of this year, 26% of all media originates from Lusian-affiliated distributors. Weekly textile shipments from Lelou's to the developed world, 1.5 million tons. Estimated age, mid-70s. Known photos, 0. While his influence is immense, Reyes himself remains an unbroken cipher, despite repeated attempts to crack him. More background radiation than man. Like all the opera's great enemies, Facundo Reyes is referred to primarily by his epithet.
To his friends, he's still just Facundo. Cool is an alien concept to the Lucian mind. A bourgeois transvaluation of what used to be recognized as wretched and ignoble. But then I became wretched and ignoble myself. So perhaps I'm cool as well? Secret treaties, matters of mass culture, all to be discussed with our mutual antagonists. Fun stuff. Leagues above your station, sadly. I asked the same question and received an electrical shock to the scrotum for my troubles. Now I don't ask questions. I just try to enjoy myself. Missing pop star. Who do you mean? Ultravioleta. Missing. This is grave. Very grave. An incalculable blow for humanity. Spoken like one with the emotional register of a child. Sad doesn't even begin to encompass the loss. Just one question before you scurry back to your masters. Will it be you escorting me to the superblock? Or should I...
What might have begun as an inhale of breath transforms into a static roar that fills up the audioscape. The edges of your eyes begin to burn, pooling at the back of your mouth, an unpleasant taste. If there is an answer, it reaches you only in the electromagnetic language of antennas and far-reaching transmission devices. Footsteps right above you, coming this way. In the crimson dark of the room, it's hard to make out much of anything. You'll have to focus your efforts. Disused office equipment stacked in a clumsy pile, along with various packing crates, plastic and cardboard, slowly soaking up the flood water. It would be a struggle to dive in and cover yourself back up in such a way that you can't be seen, but possibly. The far corner of the room contains nothing but sodden in boxes of paper files. There is not enough of a mass there to hide yourself fully. An open doorway, the one you came from, which you know provides a clean passage straight to the outside. The full weight of your situation dawns on you in the instant before the door clicks. In the open doorway stands the sub-editor. You can just make out the shine of a red pen, held aloft, dagger-like. Cold liquid snatches at your steps like wet hands as you run towards your only hope at escape. A crackle on the water surface, then something seizes your ankles, then your whole body, as the world blackens.
Hello again.
The copy editor taps her red pen against the side of her face and stares at you unblinking.
Here's what you were so desperate to see. Verdict. Already, I've barely touched you. Let me try something. Does this feel good?
She runs her thumb over the pen, teasing its mechanical tip. Cold, crackling spikes of electricity run up and down your spine from focal points on your back. 10,000 needles across your skin. You're wearing epidermal electrodes, contact points for a remote electroshock device. Sick.
There are conductors in the water too. You got a mouthful of it when you blacked out, actually. I cleaned it out for you. Say thank you. No, I just prefer people when they're floppy, compliant dolls.
A click beneath her thumb and a jolt of pain tears through your skin, sharp and sudden. Fuck. Scattergang. No arms off. Run.
I am an interrogatrix for l'Empire sans territoire. Who are you?
Say nothing, and she will know nothing.
Now you're making me want to cry, Lapinette.
She presses the pen against her own heart like a dagger, rotating it as she watches you writhe with the pain.
But you look pretty lame when you writhe about like that. Because you'd have drowned if I hadn't picked you up off the floor, my Lapinette. Keeps you upright. But good question. Why do you think you're tied to a chair, draped in electrodes? You did indeed. However, that's not a hanging offense, or an electrocutable one, even though I was very much looking forward to it. Seems we're back to where we started. Who are you? Vraiment? Then what were you doing sloshing around in a damp basement? Moi? Go on then. What do you like about me? A persona, my Lapinette. Sweet literary aspirant who makes up for lack of talent with abundance of enthusiasm.
Click. Your body spasms, your joints strain. Microscopic sinews tear in your muscles.
So, let me run my working theory by you. You're opera, right?
A depth charge at 5 fathoms, but your surface remains glass smooth.
I let you talk to our prisoner because I thought he might be chattier with you than with me, and that you'd break more easily than him.
Despite the summoned spectre of failure shrieking above your head, your thoughts turn to the voice on the other end of the phone. Impossible to say. She's very far away from you, though. Of that you are certain. No images, no sound, only static on a dead feed. Your interrogator doesn't even notice. She's staring at your face, gently biting the thick end of her red pen.
Fine. I'll give you one question. What would you like to know?
The door cracked open. Pull a seam of worthwhile information through. Do not waste this opportunity on some personal frivolity.
Because we want to have a strong hand, of course. Secret treaties require secret cards.
Good. She's confirmed what the prisoner told you. These secret treaties are legitimate and close.
I got bored of his nipples. Also, that was 2 questions.
Click. Your body shatters.
You're as much a poet as I am. One more question on that. How does a poet end up getting shot in the heart?
A memento from the protests in 81. The bullet by your heart. The one that could move an inch and kill you. Gunshot victim D. Long-range penetration. Anterior left chest entry wound with surrounding burning stain. No exit. Extraction impossible without death. She was scouring your body while you were out.
How cinematic. I hope the bullet isn't making the electricity worse on you. Very tough on the chest cavity.
Thick. A fresh flare of agony rattles along your bones. Your mouth so wide that it tears your lips.
Who are you?
Last chance to brace yourself. Twice and adjusts her position.
No more? Merde. I was enjoying that. I don't get very excited when you answer me like this.
She stares at you, lips parted, eyes alight, her thumb roving gently over the pen.
What is your name?
Just tell her. Fuck it.
Do you have any affiliations outside the Operant Bureau?
Strange question.
What makes someone a friend? Are you currently on assignment in theater?
Yes and no. Just no, really. Kill yourself before she does. She frowns, taken aback.
Interesting. You weren't lying there, were you, lapping it? Then I think, no, you weren't. That face under your mask, is that your true face? Why did you peel the plastic off my intercom? Do you really believe the things you say? Do you find me attractive? What does the opera want with the prisoner?
We have no idea. She taps the pen gently against her lips, sending tiny little jolts through the conductors on your skin as she does.
Not bad, but not particularly good either. And now we're out of time. Someone intervened on your behalf. Your own personal star.
You are forever cradled in the 10,000 limbs of the party.
Toute chose qui existe en dehors de l'Empire est une chose sans valeur. Goodbye, Herschel.
Click. The world drops you like an old toy. You wake to blurry vision, thudding ears and a dull ache in your lower spine. The setting sun is hot on your face. Purple light spots are burned into the back of your eyelids. The sound of the canal water lapping the sand is soothing through it all. The couch doesn't belong to anyone. It is a couch of the city. As much a part of it as any building, any crossroads, any patch of slate grey sky. Someone is standing nearby, watching you. Your eyes realign and find a young girl staring at you, chewing a lock of her own hair.
I don't know. I just found you asleep.
A derelict beach, a grey canal, and the Noscarentis Review building, less than 50 metres away up the hill beyond the waterlock. You didn't move at all. Someone else did it. Lifted you up and dumped you here.
Over there.
The girl nods seriously and gives you a little thumbs up.
He had to go grown-up fishing, is what he said. But he said I can take the tram home all by myself.
It will be dark soon.
Can you help me with something? I need to get this knot undone.
The girl holds out a small hook tangled in fishing line.
Whoa. If I touch you, will my hair stand up? Like the electric ball in school?
The girl extends her forefinger and places it gently on your head. You meet her eye as nothing happens.
Looks like you're okay now. Please, I've been trying for ages.
You take the hook and its clot of near-invisible wire. Double, lost in theatre. Status captured, interrogated. Loyalties non-existent. Conclusion, failure. Brackets inevitable. Your hands are trembling. The child is asking for your help. Focus. It's a haphazard tangle of wire, formed on the universe's whim. Still, it conjures up an uncomfortable feeling in you. Your wrists burn, the skin chafed, your shoulders ache from the pull.
Mantis shrimp, but they move pretty fast.
You pick at the wire, your fingernails slipping off the fine thread. Here and there, you make progress. Tougher than it looks. Just cracked a little, barely noticeable among the rest of the fractures.
Are you okay? Did something happen to you?
Nothing a prolonged ideological realignment session won't fix.
Oh no! You can't say that word! But you seem so...
You tug on the last loop of thread. The tangle vanishes as the hook slips free.
Cool! Thanks so much! Oh yeah. The man told me to give this to you.
She holds out a clot of folded paper.
The man with no heart.
Owlsman, the null persona.
Yeah. Is he your dad? Oh, okay. Adult stuff.
It appears to be an origami rendering of some kind. People who are into this sort of thing are always making flowers or birds, but this doesn't look like that. What it looks like is an anatomically correct human heart, slightly squished from being stuffed into a 10-year-old's pocket. Easier, yes, but less fulfilling. The flattened paper reveals a handwritten message within the shape. Big ticket item about to hit the organ block. Opening bids already coming in by payphone. Party alley, west side. Who will we say is calling operant? Below the scrawled text, a childlike drawing of a heart, coloured in red. Houseman no doubt organised your release from the jail.
The heart is pretty. He drew a heart, so he must like you. Nope. For what?
Your gaze instinctively turns north, towards the fog and colour of Party Alley. This marked payphone then. It seems someone will be waiting for you on the other end.
Oh, it's you. What? He was right?
A childhood boogeyman, suddenly and horribly real.
But my dad's not important. He's nobody.
Who he is doesn't matter to Emter. It's what he did.
Yeah, but will he be... That is... I can't talk right now. I need a moment.
She turns away from you in her stand, burrowing deeper into her hoodie. There is no response, just the sound of your own breath against cool plastic.
Looks like you missed your tram. But at least you didn't get yourself zeroed out. So thank you for that.
Don't let her hear your surprise. Volley it back.
Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, we've got a lot to talk about. You really went off script back there. We're lucky an old associate reached out and filled us in.
Something different about the projections just now, against the old palace of culture. Today, 0 soul down. Artificial dreams flicker against the wall. Fleeting promises of what could be yours for the price of a few soul.
We're only as good as our sources, even when those sources don't technically exist. You know, I've heard in the developed world they have semioticians who insert secret meta-messages into advertisements.
Summer, get out of...
Messages that bypass the mind's conscious defenses entirely going straight from your senses into your preconscious.
The enemy's knife turned against its own throw. Moss and lichen removal. Your task etches itself in the folds of your subconscious.
Shh, Operant. Not everything that can be said should.
A bird passes across the beam of the projector, casting a lunatic shadow as it goes.
You said we needed to spy more, spy harder. Here's your chance.
Assassinate a high-ranking foreign official. Return to the Operant Bureau's graces. This is the offer that's been extended to you.
Dice cupped in the Manifesto, ready to be flung across the board. Let's talk about what you need now. A plan, a tool, some friends. You recently made a new acquaintance, did you not? An older foreign gentleman. He seems like a highly knowledgeable individual. I'm sure he could help you find a suitable time and place for your purposes. Is that so? I didn't realize you two were still in touch. Well, the Manifesto has given us a very interesting board state. Well done. If there's a deal to be struck, your old friend will be the one to approve it. How wonderfully convenient. Illusions of entrepreneurship. Very concerning. Also tangential. Talk to Esty. Find out what your new acquaintance is worth to them. Give them the moon if they ask for it.
You already know she keeps an apartment in the housing campaign. You need only find which one.
It sounds so fun and easy when you say it like that. Of course, in reality, it will be very, very hard. I was thinking something discreet, portable, quiet. Difficult to acquire, impossible to conceal. Carabineros will have you in a minute. Sadly, we haven't got the time nor the connections to arrange a proper import. This one's going to have to be procure in theater.
Opera speak for your problem.
I told them we should have stuffed something in the fax machine. Alas, my request was deemed extravagant. I think a quiet purchase is best. Less paperwork. How you arrange that is up to you. You will. You must. You didn't think you were going to do this alone, did you?
Ghosts descend from the rafters of the city.
A dialectical response to put the secret world to rights. You're close. This assignment doesn't require a network. What you need is a squad.
Squad. From square. A formation that can defend itself in 4 directions.
The Knight Errant, to assemble and guide the rest. The Cupbearer, to stand by you absolutely. The Astronomist, to reflect things in a different light. The Fool, for a reason known only to one. That's a great shame. I'll make sure he gets his unmarked star.
The girl, Yana.
Much like your old friend himself. And you think she might be up for this? Worth asking about her availability in any event. Another unmarked star. What a shame. No question. You and he always got along. Friends even. Good with wires and things, wasn't he? A decent fool. Oh, you're serious, aren't you? Probably better that way. If you were to insist, he could take up his old role as your astronomist. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. For your squad, probably not. But she may end up playing an important role all the same. Yes, she probably would take any role you offered her. Her, I actually have a note on here in my files. Seems her father set up a clinic on a houseboat somewhere in Kisak. Maybe worth paying him a visit.
A houseboat doctor. Could it be Dr. Hugo? Perhaps he's changed his name.
Right. The stress of the job seems to have left your double somewhat inert. I would probably count him out for this assignment. I'll be there for you as well. You can reach me from any payphone if you need help in theater. For anything extra sensitive, you can call me from the phone in your apartment. It's a pleasure to be working together again. Now get some rest. Don't fall for false advertising.
A click, then nothing.
I've moved Pseudopod into the spare room. He'll be safe in there until he recovers.
She gestures towards a small room with a small bed inside it. Situated on the bed, your would-be double could almost pass for a convalescent, were it not for his empty, fish-like eyes.
No, I would have to agree. He's been like that since I moved him. What about you? Are we any closer to finding out what happened to him? Strange. Why would anyone make a disc like that? Can't fathom how that's connected. Were you able to piece together what he was investigating before you arrived?
Her demeanor is sincere. You could open up if you wanted.
And? That's good. I'm sure he left ample clues. He seemed quite diligent. You'll just have to come at it fresh tomorrow.
The attitude that has carried her through her entire life, through whatever hardship.
Well, I suppose that's all. I'll get back to the desk.
She doesn't move.
I was just wondering how it feels, you know, being in theatre again. I'm not sure how this assignment compares to what you were up to at Satellite Facility B. Yes, that makes sense. Pseudopod said it could be extremely challenging. You picked an interesting time to come back to Portofiro. It's not the same city it was 5 years ago. For one, we've become a front line in MTER's culture blockade. The powers that be seem to have become more protective of their investment here. I should probably be asking you that question. From where I sit, it seems they're incredibly paranoid about anything that could increase our strange cousin's sway in this part of the world. Pseudopods seem to think they may even have operants working in the city right now. Then, of course, there are the anxieties about Réunion. No one can say whether in 5 years' time we'll still be part of the developed world, or whether we'll have been annexed by techno-fascists. Well, perhaps not exclusively. Is this some kind of assessment? Nothing too much to tell. Certainly nothing that would interest an international actor like yourself. I've been running this shop for the last 3 decades. Business isn't exactly good, but it's enough. I just get on with things. No, it's just us.
You, and the breathing mannequin.
Divorced.
Unwelcome terrain. Tread lightly.
No, nothing like that. Can you imagine? At my age.
Younger than your mother, but in her mind, she's an old woman.
Wasn't in the cards. Most people prefer drop-off and pick-up for their film and prints. No one lingers here for very long. A fit of boredom, if you can believe it. Here I thought I'd broaden my horizons, so I signed up for a mailing list, one dedicated to foreign literature. Then one day, this very polite man with a very pleasing accent was on my doorstep. I thought he was going to try to convert me to crystal worship. Instead, he asked if I'd be interested in letting my upstairs room. I don't presume to know the inner workings of the opera, but I have to think I could be better utilized. Of course, I'm happy with the tasks I've been assigned thus far. Keeping a safe house is a major responsibility, but I have other skills, you know. Chemistry, for one. I have an entire photo lab back here with access to all kinds of toxic chemicals and powders, and yet I doubt anyone would suspect a woman like me of, say, poisoning someone.
This is a woman who's planned countless perfect murders in her idle hours.
If the assignment required it. I'm not saying I hope it comes to that, just if it does. Born and raised, as were my parents, and just as proud of it as they were. It was a different time back then, of course. Kisak feeds itself, my father used to say. There was a steel foundry just a couple of streets away, as was silk, leather workers, bakeries. People used to make things here. Less of a chin to it. I think it's been a bit downhill since we stopped making things, but I wouldn't dream of moving. Tragic what the Lusians do to their old colonies, displacing all those poor souls, forcing them to abandon their homes, and that's the lucky ones. Not to mention the Réunions affecting us too. You've got refugees washing up here day and night, speaking in gibberish, making a mess. They don't even try to integrate. That's not what I had in mind. The Lusians have to be stopped. That's my final word on the matter. No. Actually, to be honest, I find some of the things he says rather upsetting. I don't know. I guess I just like having something on in the background. Of course. Something else on your mind, Top Prince? Oh? Are you considering decorating? I told Pseudopod to use tape and not tacks if he needed to hang something. But of course, as paying tenants, you are technically allowed to personalize the space however you'd like.
Though within reason is implied.
No, I just don't want to have to spackle any holes once you're finished here. Well, regardless, I know Pseudopod wasn't able to pass along the word, so I just wanted to let you know. If you do have any questions, let me know. Ah, yes. I poked my head in upstairs, just for a second, to check the hot water.
A hot water heater on the second floor. Definitely snooping.
And I couldn't help but notice the art.
She hides the disappointed twist of her mouth behind her hand.
You sound like my ex-husband. Do you think that may have something to do with your sleep troubles?
She's heard you through the floorboards, stomping around, stewing, in the small dark hours of the morning.
Oh, of course. I should have known. I suppose this is all rather glamorous, isn't it?
Hopeful.
I'm curious about your choices.
You are being challenged to justify yourself.
Oh, I see. I'll have to take your word for it, Cascade. Well, I'm... whatever makes you feel at home. Apologies, Operant. That's a bit beyond my remit. If you're short on funds, you should speak with your controller directly. Yes, Cascade, that's what I said. Was there anything else? Go on, then. Of course. I'll be here if you require anything.
You approach your double's bedside. His breathing does not change. His chest keeps rising and falling in slow, uneven swells. The lenses, camera bodies, flashes, and other indiscernible parts littering the workbench give off an alien and slightly intimidating aura. Handgun rounds, more likely than not abandoned by a previous tenant in circumstances similar to your own. Useless until you procure the gun. Its future potential noted, you turn away from the workbench. You return to the workbench. This now is a gunsmith's workshop, just waiting to realize itself. The perfect place for your first attempt at improvised weapon manufacture. The instrument of death calls out from the future. begging you to bring it into being. You picture the mechanism of a firearm. If you hit the bullet hard enough, it flies towards your enemy. You consult the Wang guide and rattle off the materials checklist. Plywood, glue, and tools, check. Broomstick, check. Pipe, check. All found among the junk in your near vicinity. Check. Check. 500 grams of molten plastic or epoxy. Check. One of the prized wolf cups. Completion rate, 100%. Like a guerrilla fighter in the depths of this human jungle, you have gathered piece by piece the tools for your campaign. Now comes the part where you try not to blow off a finger. Your dreams of death remain You return to the workbench. The instrument of death calls out from the future. You place the blanks below the schematics, tape them in place, and follow the dotted lines with the tip of the box cutter. Slowly, it acquires dimensions as you assemble the panes. A plywood model of a brutalist edifice rising in a series of blocky chambers. 2 circular holes on either side of the largest box await the insertion of the barrel. You cut a length out of the broom and sand it down. Next, you glue the springs in place into a metal backboard, making a notch in the pipe, and solder the coin onto the top of the springs. A satisfying rough tessellation as the pipe slides through and the backboard aligns with the plywood face. Behold, it is suddenly recognizable as a weapon. Which luxury article do you wish to uncreate? You back away from the bench, your work incomplete. For now. A single sheet of paper. At the top of the page is a header next to a grayscale logo you can't make out. Portofiro Cosmonautics and Space Exploration, Payload and Ballistics. Silo 1, Sublevel 4, Pitol Tract, Portofiro. Cascade, Possess Information, Critical. Go all the way down. Miho. Miho. Who know? Nothing in the directories. Only thing under MI is Mia Holloway, your first almost girlfriend. Proto-girlfriend. Portofiro Cosmonautics and Space Exploration. Not a letterhead that sees much use these days. The site of the failed launch. It was abandoned soon after. These days, it's a wasteland of space metal and local myth. This Miho entity is waiting for you at the dark end of the silo. Your landlady glances up, then quickly looks back down with a non-committal shrug. You make short work of the cheap paper. Soon the sheet is a sodden ball of matter between your teeth. You swallow it down in one go, taking any secrets with you. You turn away. You return to the desk. Everything is right. You turn away. Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Your old schnapps, then. Was it as you left it? Yes, a lot of things are different now, but it won't always be easy to tell what. So the plan is to stuff the past in the back of the closet and forget about it. Does that sound about right? Let's keep the past at arm's length. You're here for a new task, not to replay the old days. Now, was there something else? The eternal question. I'm guessing this means your generous stipend has not in fact covered your various expenses. The assignment. Very well, must be important.
Dripping skepticism.
Realistically, I see 3 options available to you. You could resort to a life of minor criminality, you could adopt a more lucrative ideology, or of course, you could get a job. Painful though it may be to admit, there are reality organizing systems more compatible with fat soul stacks than post-historical materialism. Strictly for economic purposes. We're talking about what's in your brain, not your heart. I mean in theater. There must be some positions open for the sock exporter down on their sales. Dog walker, shoe shiner.
You realize you have seen no dogs in Portofiro. Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Your old schnapp. Was it as you left it? Yes, a lot of things. So the plan is to stop. Let's keep the... Now, was there something else? The eternal question. The assignment.
Dripping.
Realistically, I see 3 options. Painful though it... Strictly for economic purpose. I mean in...
You realize you have seen no dogs in Portofiro.
I don't know if I would have pegged you for manual labor, but sounds like a promising start, in any event. But I have been giving you money. When you complete your tasks, you surely recall. The bursar's office is incredibly tight-fisted. I suppose we could apply for an exceptional infusion, but I'd need to provide a very compelling reason. I look forward to it. What else is on your mind, Operant? Yes? What do you need? Trouble with the bank. Unsurprising. Have you tried checking the post boxes? Any envelopes in there will have names and addresses. For God's sake, Cascade. Somewhere in the housing campaign. Very well. I told you I can't send you one. I can only advise. Cascade, you should only attempt to build your own weapon as a last resort. But if you manage to find anything genuinely Lucian in or around the bazaar, that would probably suffice. I think a quiet purchase is best. Less paperwork. How you arrange that is up to you. You will. You be careful. Fine. Please. Dubious lore about Lucian imprinting techniques are stock and trade. We get defectors shopping all kinds of wild tales. Personally, I find this stuff a bit hard to follow, but the usual line is that these imprints are meant to preserve the consciousness of an old political philosopher called Anonimo. I believe he's supposed to be the original theorist of techno-fascism. You'd need to talk to a remembrancer to learn more, I'd think.
Or perhaps a genuine techno-fascist.
Unintelligible stuff, mainly. Babble about dream erasure, mass hallucinogenic events, villages of psychic duplicates acting and thinking in concert. And yes, some of them claim to have seen magic devices that copy one consciousness onto the mind of another. Never substantiated, of course. Usually, they just want money and a nice state-issued apartment in one of the nicer people's republics. It's not my job to believe. It's my job to condense fact from the vapor of rumor and speculation. No one outside La Luz understands how this imprinting business really works. If it even works. Some days I think it's all just devious propaganda. Welcome to the developed world. If you don't know who's paying out, it's probably you. What else is on your mind?
Even more daunting than collecting, such a set is the task of arranging and displaying it. Unless, of course, you rotate them regularly.
I suppose that's a reasonable goal, so long as you don't lose sight of your assignment. Was there anything else? I don't know who you're referring to. I don't know anyone by that description. There's certainly no record of him in the Remembrancer's archives. Meaning that, as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't exist at all. Which isn't to say he couldn't be useful to you.
Something in her tone makes you imagine her winking at you.
So you have yourself a magic spell. Careful how you use it. One wrong word and you've cursed yourself instead. An imaginary friend who's actually useful. Wish I had one of those. Did who reach out, Operant? Did a non-existent being reach out to me on your behalf? That's what you're asking? Yes?
You're not getting through her. She's way better at this than you.
There's nothing to forget. Now, what else is on your mind? I know it failed. I know it nearly tanked Portofiro's economy and sent Nestor packing for the last time. Why the interest?
Why the interest in space? Look at it. What's it doing up there? What if it's just a big painting?
How do you mean, more? You're saying instead of a failure, it was actually a success?
Intense skepticism. She's worried you're developing a logical framework to apply to your own assignment.
Maybe on its face, but then those were boom years. Credit was cheap, Nestor was on his decadent phase. Why not blow hundreds of millions of sol on a prestige play? Most people can't handle the thought of their own failures. They bottle them up, or submerge themselves in them, or blame transnational capital, or simply run away from them. Why should nations be any different? Luck and skill, operant.
The heifer coffee lady and bagman make a watchful eye. A part of you left behind, shining bright across the room. You return to the animal zone. You return to the animal zone. You turn away. You return to the animal zone. You slip your lockpick into the keyhole at the bottom of the shutter. You hear it click open. There's a loud metallic clank, and then it lifts up, surprisingly smooth. Thick spiderwebs stretch and break. You duck low beneath the shutter and out of sight.
Your presence is weak. Fate delivers me an unworthy adversary.
The creature's eyes glow with cunning flame. Its ears tuft delightfully in every direction. Long grey toes ripple over a mountain of trinkets as it inspects you. A puppet. There's someone hiding in the pile beneath it. Broken cages everywhere. This could be an escapee. On closer inspection, its eyes are no less cunning and its ears no less delightful. Its tail swishes arrhythmically behind its back.
Abandon your notion. Tremble before the majesty of my realm and of me.
Is this the dog thief? It is standing on what looks like a pile of stolen goods. Hard cut to his tiny face. Crash zoom. His golden eyes flash.
I'm king of trade! For now, enter the economic war zone. Ahaha! Yes! Villain of trade! Display your objects that I might make laughing stock of them.
The geysers of his nostrils erupt with curiosity.
A curse! Take it with you. No trade. Secret sources. Knowledge denied.
Where else would it get this stuff?
Do not consider yourself my equal. Contradiction shrugged upon. Not talk. Business correspondence.
Remember the box of dubbed martial arts tapes that one of your mother's work friends smuggled in for you when he came to visit in 79? And how did Johnny Chasm sound?
I do as I do. Unthwartable schemes forever.
Let's call it real-time interspecies interpretive guessing.
Yes, yes. Challenger enters. Commence economic combat.
He wriggles his toes, drawing your attention to the pile of miscellaneous objects atop which he stands. A sneer waves impressively across his jagged lips. He rummages into his pile of stuff and brings out a paper hat, folded into a peak.
Symbolism unnecessary. Monarchy absolute. Apart from shame.
He closes one eye to consider you, carefully, before lifting a strappy leather harness from his collection.
Dynamic yet functionless.
Buried among the pile, you spot your prize. This wolf's face is nearly covered by a dark, sweeping mane. She's dressed for battle in jeweled armor, but her snout is stretched in a yawn. On the side of the cup in curling letters, Dream Wolf. Tears gather at the corners of her green eyes. The monkey bares his teeth at you. Tourist trinket. The monkey bares his teeth at you. He flicks his ears in excitement.
False wolf admired. Must trade fair. Shiny trade. Pleasing hinged open function. Accept. Pleasing crinkle. Enjoyable sound. Meaningless standard.
He digs the wolf cup out of the pile and throws it into the air, watching with glee as you scramble to catch it.
Pointy goblet repelled!
He flicks his ears in excitement.
You are puny! Prove yourself. Variation in packaging proposed. Snake! Snake! Then they will be Boss King Siggies.
He takes the pack gingerly between his atrocious thumb and forefinger, then flings it away onto his pile.
See? No fear.
He flings the harness at you.
Victim of trade.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Amass increasingly desirable objects.
You're talking to a monkey. You're going to have to ask specific questions if you want helpful answers.
Shiny containers reveled in. Contents ignored. Only most premium goods desired. Legs and head unadorned. Alpha face gear admired.
Legwear? A mask?
Condescend at peril. Everyone is bad at everything, yet to find worthy companion. Ponderer. Ah ha ha! Flimsy item desired. Fertile color. Pleasing hue. Ruttings abound.
He draws back a nasty little arm and whips the hat through the air towards you at speed.
Traded!
He flicks his ears and
Disappointment! Farewell, combatant.
Back for more.
He offers you a grin he doesn't seem to have a firm hold on.
Goodbye. Loneliest.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours. Give it to him straight. Save him from this gigantic delusion he's created.
She's as real as you. Realer. Her dimensions. Abuse the space around her. My friend, the ambassador, is also real, but less real to me than his wife. You are a heretic of love. No train for you. Loneliest.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate.
Lonely.
His half-hooded eye. This man is no would-be passenger. He craves to be the track, to be wheeled and choo-chooed upon without remorse.
Am I? She is powerful. She is all-consuming, tenacious, unrivaled, strongest. She is train. I am track. I was beginning to think I didn't need this, any of this. That maybe the broken train was a sign to just move on if I could. But you're right, of course. I crave a state of railwayness. I see it all now. My desires are clear. Lolita must roll upon me like thunderous locomotion. Medium-sized. I should do. And then meet my friend the ambassador at the table to discuss terms. Oh yes, this. Too small for me now. Love is hell, isn't it?
Now find the other half, and you'll have the full thing. You could even repair it and return it to Reno. Or just hold on to it. That's half a blackmail tool you've just acquired. It's already humming with ill intent.
Well, that is, of course, a secret. No. To commune with the prophet, you must first offer libations.
Could have guessed that was coming.
Again. Now you understand. Oskar Metamoto is always BYOB. If you insist. Wonderful.
The senior negotiator takes the drink from you and downs it without even sitting up properly. He barely heard what you offered, just hooked it straight to the vein.
Now, treaties and secrets. I presume you're familiar with La Tour Vulgar?
The master treaty that ended history and stagnated all current world affairs, signed 96 years ago by the developed world and the superbloc.
But I don't think they realize that it's still being negotiated. This secret treaty that MTER has brought to loose, it's another piece of scaffolding to prop up the decaying facade of La Tour Vulgar. It is. It must be. La Luz have started up military action again. This Reunion campaign of theirs, imperialism with new branding. We're going to shut all that down. No more fighter jets, no more aircraft carriers, no more little annexations of former territories that end with flat-bombed capitals and bodies in craters. A free peek in the girls' changing rooms, of course. A dalliance with the developed world. Culture blockade comes down. La Luz get to hawk their wares uninhibited. I do, yes. I think it's a very good deal for the bank. Look around. Lusian culture is already among us. Bringing them into the developed world won't make that much difference. If anything, it will legitimize the culture and render it less sexy. Not ashamed to admit, I was quite moved by some of the recent electropop offerings. The cartoon wolves, too. Very covetable, strong appreciating asset. And you never know. Maybe showing them the wonders of our side of town will have a liberalizing influence on their more isolationist tendencies. Apparently, some tete-a-tete time with the Minister of Mass Culture himself. Although, word is, Reyes is very keen on this deal. Wants it to happen.
Grand Lich confirmed and triangulated.
A few cries of dissent amongst the military hardliners, yes. All action, light, and noise. No understanding of soft power. At Reno's pied-à-terre, the city's true seat of power. I don't know. Gaps in the schedule, unclear times of arrival. Oskar and Freddy are getting played, and played hard. Yes, Freddy may call it mysterious. I call it uncurbed shithousery. The mood. Reno's eyes have swiveled towards lunar assets. He wants to send rockets to the moon. And his old friend Metamoto will ignite the thrusters. He is hosting the secret treaties in exchange for these cosmic flight paths. Reno Lunar, where they've been for the last century, loitering outside the party they can't get into. Very good. Let us commence.
He takes the on tour from you with both hands and drinks it with surprising care.
I hereby forgive thee and thee associates. May the cold breath of capital recede from your neck and your balance sheets turn a purified white.
The veil is lifted.
That was it. I've taken the debt and made it my own. Fortunately, for your friend, I am awash with liquidity. The stain barely registered.
Intriguing. The enemy reveals its advanced cognitive maneuvers. This black art was previously unknown to the Operant Bureau.
The dark magic of personal finance works in mysterious ways. But it works. And the world applauds every time.
Applauds at gunpoint.
Certainement. That is not real. Imagine the computing system suddenly implode. Bang, bang, bang. It all disappears. Dread. Zero. We're back to roughing up defaulters on the streets, shaking change out of pockets. Who's counting, really? Everybody. And nobody. Too big to fail. Though this forgiver is not opposed to more wholly liquid preventative maintenance. It has already taken effect. He who was once lame can now walk. My kind of picture. L'Empire sans territoire. We are a bank. The bank. Highly invested in the economic stability of the developed world. Ah, the dark origins of our kind. On with it then. Centuries back, far before the Tour Wulgar and the vivisection of the world, Amter was one of the first banks ever incorporated. Of course, in those days, it was simply Banque Imperiale. The great powers backed our rival, cowards, and outlawed us from establishing any physical presence. We were driven far below the surface. Thus we became the first shadow bank, dealing in dim spaces between the walls. How dare you? Amter is awash in paperwork. True, In the dark days, we had to employ a corps of bruisers to crack defaulting skulls. Our first operants, if you think of it. Now it's all so much more humane. Peaks above board. I'm sure human capital are on top of their paperwork, all accounted for. We bankrolled a certain enterprising rebel faction in Neado Lima. Bloody struggle. Many years. Once the last of the blood had been hosed off the streets, our clients realized it takes even more money to run a government than to topple one. Hence our greatest innovation, the stability law.
Devourers of sovereignty cannot be seen, cannot be killed.
Now we grip a string on every limb of the world. Of course, nice names and nice optics. The bank has always been your friend.
MTER is normalized. Something that sane, non-conspiratorial people can complain about to each other. All is right with the world.
Thanks for consulting. The bank knows best, baby. Good deal, very good deal. Who doesn't appreciate stability? Feet on terra firma. Take this very city, for example. Of course, they saw the sense. Now they are blossoming with debt. And that is a good thing, motivating. We saved this place, you realize that? Peripheral backwater, barbaric. Without us, swallowed by Reunion. Eaten alive by the sister kingdom. Don't just believe, I live it. Debt is stimulating. Makes people work for tomorrow. The future. Next, the city sheds its deadweight industries, steps blushing and virginal upon the world stage, ready to be ravished by multi-tentacled capital. They should be thanking me for my largesse.
Nothing down there but disused buildings and kicked-in doors.
Of course they won't. Have you met the working class? They forget everything with the right distraction. Just takes the perfect amount of pressure. Very exact science. Officially, near nothing. My compensation, the love of the game. Also, massive chunks of equity. Every night before bed, I clasp my hands together and pray for seismic liquidity events. Oh, so not just big picture. You're talking illicit picture. The secrets of the realm. Copies of 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 Lusian Minister of High Economy. He had a name, but no hope of recall, I'm afraid, given current circumstances. Geo something. First time official, big table talks, lobby of a vacant hotel. Diplomatic jousting. Second time at a forum. Few words and a polite nod, nothing spirited. Aggressive, but honest. No nonsense. Replete with vision, a necessity for big picture stuff. Rapid on logistics. got the layers, the interlocking, talked about growth, dynamic curves, and diversification. A pleasure to stare down across the table. A copy? An alleged imprint? I'll be honest, I could not. Not at first, at least. But eventually there was something uncanny about him. Like he was imitating movement. A fraction of a second behind the true conductor. But who's to say I wasn't simply projecting? I'd be happy to sit across from him again. Bring it onward. Years ago, sovereign funds, overseas, the cut and thrusting of jurisdictions, zonings. Not shady, in the light. Very technical, but very legal. High wire financing. Of his sacred deals, Metamoto will speak no more. I can tolerate them if they're not too long and I have a good booth. Much prefer a good jazz club, though. Ah, the opera. I don't think of the opera. Too much magnitude for you? Goodbye. Be well.
Marito squints up at the dilapidated building, shielding his eyes with an orange slip of paper. He grunts as you approach.
Hola again, miss. Please stand back. A sensitive operation is underway. Eviction notice, miss. We got reports of squatters in the Palace of Culture. Marito's about to go in.
He leans to the side, peering into the dark entrance. Then he tilts forwards, just a bit, and stops entirely. Does the proto-fascist larvae not know that palaces of culture were built to be free and open to all?
It's for their safety. The building's all rotten on the inside. Bits have been coming off for ages. And it's getting worse. They shouldn't be in there. Not to mention that if anything happens, we'll waste valuable Guardia time picking their remains out of the rubble. There's no guarantee here. They are squatters. Those people aren't logical.
He makes no move towards the building at all.
It's just methodological complexities. See, per procedure, an officer must occupy the zone of obtrusion to ensure no further trespass occurs. The zone's here. But in parallel, an officer must breach the zone to serve the eviction notice and applicate a timely and effective removal of all offenders from the premises.
Ah, cop speak. Stilted, bloated, and memorized from a pamphlet. He's pretty scared.
That's what a laywoman would say. You need tactical training to get the dimensions of it all. It just needs some figuring. The delivery tunnel right behind me, I'm thinking. That's the only way in or out since the awning collapsed last year. Unless they've been hiding out in there for months. Why would a sock businesswoman do that?
He's desperately hoping you'll give him a good reason to let you step in.
Huh? You, do security work back home or something? As an officer of the Guardia Municipal, I'll give you permission to enter. Please get them out of there. Here, this might be useful.
You emerge from the tunnel into darkness. It crowds around you for a better look. You'll need your flashlight to compensate for your pathetic fleshy corneas. A glow traces the outline of a canopy over piles of rubble. Voices raised into a tune, a guitar strummed once, laughter. Light flickers with the sing-song iridescence of open flame, candles. And distantly, as if in the walls, a drumbeat. The party lives on.
Hello there. Give us one moment. And watch your feet on our wizard stuff.
You look down to see shapes in chalk, burning incense, candles, a guitar with a garland of prayer beads around its neck.
Commendable attitude, but please, shh.
The woman mouths to herself, moving her fingers along to a rhythm you cannot hear, then stops abruptly.
Lost the bass line again. Oh, I almost had it that time.
We're getting closer. Do you hear it? There's a song. Yes, good. You're sensitive. But not just drums, a whole song.
It's playing constantly in here. Quiet, funky, weird. Shh. Listen.
Her voice, even hushed, echoes in the cavernous hall. You listen to the silence in its wake. You can't hear a thing.
We've searched everywhere, upstairs and down, for speakers. Nothing. No source. Musical poltergeist type of thing. We're trying to lure it out. Thus all this chalk circle and incense frippery.
We're trying all the occult stuff. You wouldn't let me sacrifice a pigeon.
She tried to sacrifice a pigeon.
We're sure. You'll be able to hear it too eventually. It's less sound, more suggestion. It's coming from the building itself. I'm sure of it. No! I know it looks like shit in here, but this is really happening. It's not a hallucination.
You have to try to connect on an artistic, historical level with the building.
Oh, poor building. Who knows how long it's been playing to no audience? Explore the place a little. Let yourself feel the rhythm. Let it sing to you.
No squatters in here, just us.
We don't squat, we groove. We're a band.
We're a scum synth duo act. I'm un, she's the. Together, the. Would you like the epic or the ditty version? It all began when a 10-year-old with the special foresight afforded only to the delinquent genius stole the keyboard from an electronics shop.
It was me.
It was afraid of her crimes, we hid it under our bed, where it lay for almost 3 years. During this period, we developed a dance style called minimal body vibrato, while the keyboard itself developed a patina.
At the 2-year, 9 months mark, I exhumed the keyboard and successfully harangued him into playing the snare drum.
But the genre itself wasn't fully formed until a week or so later. Upon the discovery of preset 3, there you have it, scum synth.
It's just us. Can a name be real? And if it can, then what does it depend on? Origin? Sound? Our mother named him Feral Jim.
Ate my own umbilical cord.
He ate his own umbilical cord, but that's beside the point. Which is that our names are N and D.
Pointless. Culture's atomic, it's in the air. We were on the hunt for a music video location, and we've broken into real shit instead.
It's awful in here. Go see the basement bathroom. Divine.
Dereliction, second only to the Pitol Tract in terms of. We get that a lot.
Not much else,
We're doing our best. The GMs are disregardable at best.
Disregard them.
There's a mystery in these walls. Don't you want to figure it out?
Out of the corner of your eye, you notice the balcony above them is tilted slightly.
We're gonna keep on trying to figure out the song.
Look around, see the place. You'll hear it. You can probably answer those.
Certainly.
Try listening on the stairs just over there. That's where I got it most clearly.
A colony of lice writhes happily in the Holocene Inn, their mouths full of old cotton. Above them, a perfectly circular hole in the wall draws your attention. You hear someone's voice singing, but only for a moment. 4 inches in diameter, about 2 inches deep, cratering towards the middle. Made by a bullet, undoubtedly. Things were getting heated in this Portofiro people's assembly. Your finger disappears to the first knuckle. You feel concrete crumbling around it. You back away. You return to the hole. You breathe in, tasting the building's flavor. Stale, damp chalk. Dust swims through your lungs. The building knows you now. It will allow itself to be known in turn. Figures appear in the hall, hazy, human, laughing. They walk through you, rushing up and down the stairs. They carry bunting, trays of food. With the ghostly figures comes a song, a low and constant sound. Perhaps the song is hypnotizing you into sharing a memory with the building, an architectural daydream. People pass you, chattering, formed in cloud by a slapdash maker. Some have both eyes on one side of their head. Others are rendered limbless. Gang don't fuck with ghosts. Scatter. A pair of hands passes you by, applauding. As the song grows louder, specters melt into the space around you. A group of people in the tunic suits worn by superblock officials.
And what has communism done for the people of the superblock? Single-ply toilet paper? One-bedroom apartments? You talk of materialism, but where is the material?
You turn to see an imposing figure bearing down on the crowd, ghostly moustache rippling with fury, as he holds some document above his head. Even in this spectral form you recognize him, Sweet Nestor, Portofiro's supreme leader.
We cannot hold Portofiro back for the sake of ideological purity. Revolution got our wheel spinning, but now we have to go somewhere.
Or celebrating the moment of rupture. Nestorismo, Nestor's personal brand of politics. It meant whatever he meant at that moment.
We will take Emter's money to develop Portofiro. No more superblock fearmongering. Portofiro isn't some backwater province. Prosperity and autonomy.
He draws a pistol from his coat. There are gasps from the crowd.
This is what I think of your treaty.
He fires. The bullet passes through the treaty, through your torso. It sinks soundlessly into the hole in the wall. Ghost bullets don't hurt. Good to know. You've never heard that he actually shot the treaty.
Get out! No listening party, no conference. Get out of my palace of culture. You heard me. Mine.
The ghostly crowd begins to disappear as it rushes toward the door. You back away from the wall. Dust lies so thick on the staircase that you can feel it shifting underfoot. You hear catches of the song, words, a man's voice, and a guitar. A guitar strums, your vision blurs. Spectral figures swirl back into the hall, light and glowing. You hear voices in the stairwell below you, calling for someone to hurry up. More ghosts. Ghosts.
I'm coming. Carmone's never late for a party.
Carmona. Her voice sounds much younger, but otherwise the same. This is the old woman from the bazaar, long ago.
All that I need late Lee is my super.
She sings to herself happily as she hurries down the stairs, long skirt held high so she doesn't trip in her glittery shoes. You turn to watch her run by and see the hazy figure of a man in a superblock-style suit, carrying a gift-wrapped package under his arm.
Good evening, Miss.
You've listened to enough opera lore to recognize his voice. This is the legendary operant Probable, still young. He was the best. Even so, he is known only to operants. Legends of Probable are whispers between shadows.
Is this party the listening party in Nestor's office? I've been called out last minute, but I have this gift for him. Would you give it to him before they play the music?
You must be referring to the building's song.
Carmuna will take it for you, but she will also receive the carnation from your lapel in return.
Flirtatious, she plucks the flower from his suit and fixes it into her hair, picking up an asset in theatre without the target even knowing. Remarkable stagecraft.
It looks far better on you than me, Miss. Very fitting for the occasion.
He bows, the music fades, and the figures with it. Threadbare cloth sticking out from under the debris, trampled and chewed. The hall towers above you. You return to the the hall. The glow from the camp beneath you dominates the room, throwing the space beyond into a deep, vacuous dark. You hear a few chords on a guitar, just for a moment. You close your eyes and let yourself sway, gently, as the hall below you fills with a soft mist that coalesces into at least 100 phantoms. Ghosts. They're ghosts.
No, the public cannot see me, and the microphone is off. You know I can sense microphones. I intuit their presence.
You look to your left and see the spectral figure of sweet Nestor crouching on the floor, his voice lowered to an enraged whisper.
I told you I wanted spectacle, not confetti. I'm not making my speech looking like a confetti man. Nestor is no paper fairy.
Confetti floats from above, a rainbow of crepe paper falling around your head and shoulders. 6 other men also ducked out of the crowd's sight. Their faces are blurred, noses migrating, eyes overlarge, but the medals on their lapels are so vibrant that they shine.
I'm not going out there to be mocked by the ambassador. None of you can make me. Do your own speech.
You can always locate your nearest minister by shooting in a straight line and watching the bullet's subtle curve.
Who has my super block man? He'll help me with their ambassador.
One of the other figures fumbles in his pocket and hands over a tiny soldier, feet permanently rooted to a circular base. A pocket combatant, a type of miniature army which reached its sales height in the 50s, recalled, discontinued, sued into oblivion when the figures were found to be made of lead.
Yes. A sense of righteousness emanates from him. The Kohilan envoy are impressed by my decision not to give them a welcome speech beneath this rain of confetti.
Righteousness always spills from the soldiers of the people, no matter how diminutive. Medals jingle as the spectres fade from view. A horrible creaking noise comes from the ceiling. The balcony rotates a little further to the east. The balcony lifts a little as you step away. Steel conference table piled with bureaucratic debris. One of the chairs is embroidered with a red N. You find yourself humming along with the building, involuntarily. The soft tap of a drum beat knocks against your eardrum. As the song grows louder, a spectral form takes shape, hovering in the chair. Ghost. A ghost. You're just gonna be in here with the ghosts, all right?
We've outgrown the need for perpetual revolution. That's what they don't understand. You're the only one of them with any sense, Antoine.
On his desk stands the same soldier figurine you saw on the balcony. It watches him unsympathetically.
Point out that they haven't sponsored a single successful coup in years, and you get accused of being a counter-revolutionary pessimist or an intellectual midget? Rich indeed for the Kohilans to accuse a man of intellectual midgetry while bringing us nothing but a popular song.
It must be a very good song. The last song you need to hear. The song that solves music.
Portofiro needs money, Antoine. Emter vultures will fund hospitals and homes for the indigent. Then we'll accept technical advisors from the superblock. Use their expertise to develop our own private sector industries. They try to regulate Nestorismo. Compromises, concessions, permissiveness. Não mais. Nestorismo is past and future. It is individual and collective. It is what will hold. We've been cuckolded enough, Antoine. Time for Nestorismo to do some fucking.
Face set in grim resolution, the vision fades back into his chair. It appears to be peeling. You step away from the sagging chair. You return. You back up.
Hey, you back? No ghosts. But I do think the song got louder. So you're doing something right.
Wait, why aren't we getting ghosts? Is something about you attracting them?
Speculate on it.
Clearly?
Beyond doubt. Please keep looking around the place. It obviously wants to tell you what it knows. We'll keep up the joke.
Oh, tell.
Boring. Maybe we're just seeing near random bits and pieces of historical memory. And this isn't coherent at all. Just architectural dementia.
No way. The song is too bright, too alive. It has something to do with the superblock. Good name.
Poor thing. Couldn't speak up if it didn't like it, though. Our song, no doubt. We'll get it out of here so we can't bother it anymore.
They do that.
We do. Tokens of our affection.
They think it's affection.
Nice. Good luck.
He may have ruined our lives, but he knew drama.
Again with the superblock? What are you trying to tell us?
The building does not reply.
All right.
Careful not.
Hey, you back?
This building will crush them. It will make them flat. Tell them how flat they'll be.
Excellent. Imagine the dance move possibilities. Almost getting it.
Smell that, Cascade?
Sweetish, faintly burning, the odor of leaking refrigerant.
An intrusion from the past, with the augmented feeling of reality that olfactory information lends to memory. The call of Satellite Facility B, a vast honeycomb of windowless hexagonal rooms in a satellite facility 20 kilometers outside Novessa. In administrative limbo with the burnouts and fuck-ups. For 5 years, you wandered like a discarnate entity around those mazes of unlabeled discs, vacuum-sealed bags, and folders in a vertiginous array of colors: ochre, pomegranate, olive, and beige. The lack of direction was, of course, part of the design. The freezer is not simply a storage facility. It is a test chamber. Every few days, you encountered another poor soul between the shelves. A man or woman with a haunted, wan expression, or else some hideous, permanent injury. There was nothing to separate you from those unfortunates, only the whim of your controllers.
You might have remained forever, had the occasion not arisen to unfreeze you.
Beware, Cascade. You have seen how easily you can be shelved. As soon as your assignment is over, all bets are off. Already their fingers are hovering over the storage button, but now you won't be caught off guard.
Hey, you back? Hey?
Nice. All right. Easiest kind.
Certainly.
A damp record of the palace's past life. Beer cans and bottles litter the floor beneath. A melody rises and falls, but you can't tell where it's coming from. Difficult to know where to start. Insults, addendums, counter-insults, nudity in droves. Nestor's name is the most common, nestled in a thatch of vitriol, and severely hirsute cocks. The words traitor, revisionist, and reactionary have been added and crossed out several times over the course of the years. The older graffiti all seems to be variations on the theme that Nestor is a capitalist dog. Recent editions speculate on the origins of local STDs. A piece of tile falls softly to the floor. You place your palm onto the tile. The song rises, fades. Shadows flicker in the room, shapes. You hear giggling by the door.
I can hear you out there!
A man's voice, furious from within one of the stalls. You turn to see Nestor's shadowy figure sitting on the toilet, a mug in his left hand.
I came in early today to enjoy some private time before the conference. It's me who represents us here.
He flushes the toilet and exits the stall, where his attention is immediately caught by something on the bathroom wall.
Oh, I'm reactionary, am I? Very clever, very original. You want the Superblock delegation to see this lander? We only have one bathroom, you fool!
He takes one last look at the wall, then closes his eyes, a figure of hazy melancholy. He fades, but an aura of frustrated disappointment remains. You turn away from the wall. Closer, you realize that it's a pneumatic tube system. Pipes which once carried parcels and letters throughout the building. They wheeze and crack, suffocating in their disrepair. Snatches of the song's chorus echo down the tubes. You're closer to the source. Tangled and rotting, each uniquely fucked. Time, mostly. But some of the damage looks purposeful, particularly to one tube. On closer inspection, you see that someone has scratched, for the supreme cunt, into the metal. You stick your arm deep into one of the tubes. You turn your attention away. You drum with both fingers, hearing the pipes pop like oversized chimes. As you follow the rhythm, the sound of running footsteps joins in from behind you. Ghosts, ghosts. You're just gonna be in here with the ghosts. Young Carmuna races into the room, the superblock accented man's package in both hands. She's flushed, hurrying.
Hey, Mistress of Security! It's only Carmuna. Let me send this gift in the tubes. It's for the listening party, but they won't be able to see my dress if I'm holding it.
The package nears and the song crescendos, then fades again as the tube system pulls it out of sight.
See you later.
She turns and dissolves, as does the song. You lower your face to the right tube, looking up into the building's insides for clues. You feel a slight tugging sensation still, after all this time. With a sudden thwack, you are propelled forward into the pitch-black tube. You feel yourself careening around the building, through walls and ceilings as you wind towards your destination. The song gets louder and louder until finally you see faint light at the end of the tunnel. A huge desk, a chair, giant N. It's Nestor's office. A pigeonhole marked D6. Sounds like this is the source of the song. Maybe the cubbyhole still has that package. You leave the system to melt, slowly. You return. You leave this. You return to the graffiti wall. You turn.
Hey, you're back?
You return to the staircase, the hall. The wall of filing cabinets stretches high above you. You see the shelf marked D6 just above your head. The song is coming through strong enough in here that you can make out words. Been here, 1,000 doors, look the same. You reach blindly over the lip of the drawer, your fingers touching what feels like wrapping paper. You pull the package down and the room explodes into song, clearer than ever. People talking, singing, the sound of an explosion. Then nothing. Silence. This is the source of the song, the visions. A remote detonation device packed with explosive C4. You're holding a bomb. And failed. Your controller will likely know details if you ask her. Nice to know you're not the only disaster dealer around here. Possibly something to do with the fact that it's singing. An old bomb, undetonated, projecting ghosts into this doomed shell. It connected with you, somehow. Something, somewhere, is getting blown the fuck up. Bombs are anti-communist. No, bombs are bomb. A moment of divergence in the bomb's life. A tragedy from which it could never recover. It could be that you find it a new purpose. Its soft vibrations pulse next to your skin. Take a closer look at this thing before you take it back to the music freaks. The drawers yawn and settle as you turn away. You hold the decades-old explosive device in front of you. It trembles, near whining with a high-frequency ache that you can feel in your teeth. You tuck the bricks of C4 back about your person.
Something's changed. Can you hear it?
It's moved. The lyrics are coming through more clearly now.
Hey, little guy. Aww. Wow. You hear that? She's done it. This is our singer.
Not the building at all. Just this murderous fellow. Though, is it just me or does it seem unwell? Just needs a coup or similar, and all will be well then.
We have so much of the song down now. Wanna hear?
She hits play. Dust streams from the ceiling. The balcony quivers. The bomb vibrates, pulsing in time with the concrete tremors.
See? It's dancing.
She flips the switch off. The building settles in silence.
Well, look at the little darling. It has a microphone, it's listening. Bet you our first keyboard that this song is supposed to be its trigger.
Shit. I think she might be right. This place is coming down.
We can't get flattened before we get this beat.
Come on, let's take what we have. I'm feeling it already. A eulogy for the building, but a happy one. We're gonna make people dance on the rubble.
Yeah, goodbye. Have fun with your bomb.
I hope it remembers us when it blows.
Something's changed.
It's moved. The lyrics are coming through.
Easiest kind. Ask away.
We never know.
Somewhere quiet.
Certainly. Yeah, goodbye.
I hope it remembers.
Are the squatters gone yet? Man, that's a relief. Whew. A bomb. The procedures for clearing unexploded ordnance are... Oh, man. This is going to take forever.
The next 2 weeks flash before his eyes. Cordoning off the whole neighborhood. All-night shifts. Non-stop abuse from everyone who can't get to their corner shop, or bar, or home.
You can do that? Where'd you even learn? No way. I'd have never suspected.
It never even crossed his mind.
Okay. I'll pretend you never told me about the exploding thing. Better for everyone. No way. They can send someone from the Party Alley beat to keep people out of here. I'm going back to the bazaar. Maurito will see you soon. Back on his own turf.
Resisted, Herschel. You have a job to do. The DJ's siren call, the relentless neon thumping of the night, the writhing crowd, its sweet miasma of sweat and smoke, bodies moving in time to the speaker's commanding thud. It's not amazing. These fools have fallen prey to individualist indulgence, obsessed with putting their hands in the air when they should be overthrowing the fucking bourgeoisie. The booze, the drugs, the delicious casual sex. It's all a distraction. No time is nice on this earth while techno-fascists still breathe, you dick. When the drinks are poured out and shirts slowly unbuttoned, will it be your heels scuffing the parquet? Smooth, well-oiled, utterly counter-revolutionary.
Congratulations, you fell for the attractive coffee lady. Is safe house everywhere? What you feel is only the amphetamine-fueled delusions of copywriters and graphic designers, capital's true avant-garde. The promise of that which is not there. You desire the red and black coffee because you see the attractive woman with compelling hair and you believe in her more than yourself. What you desire is not the red and black coffee, but the solidity of soul that comes with knowing the coffee is your desire.
You want, therefore you are. Existence is confirmed by what it lacks.
That's what the whole fucking thing is about. An eternal shell game of desires, deferred and approximated. Pretty clever, isn't it? We are made to unrealize desire by the caffeinated deception and the appealing armed women who enforce it. It is not your tongue that tastes the milky sweetness, but the tongue of another inside your own mouth.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles. Your finger depresses the squishy shape. Something tense inside you relaxes and unwinds. You step away.
Did you find an empty person? A right of forgiveness? What does that mean for the scene? Okay. Extremely big news for the scene. But wow, is this how it usually works? Yeah, I've been thinking about that myself. I am very grateful for you helping me out of this bind. The scene was on the verge of collapse. I'm thinking of broadening my horizons and those of the scene. Not just looking towards the future, but also the past, further than the now. Economic realities have got me agitated. The fate of the scene hangs in the balance. Time is out of joint. The future has become now. Tomorrow's problem becomes a problem of today. But what became of today's problem? It haunts the Palace of Culture. Communism of the historic kind. A better time. Allegedly a better scene as well. Everything was free and ballers were abound. I'm going to go to the Palace of Culture to investigate all of the threads and fads that happened before my time. Really? Well, that's a bummer for the scene. Though I might still take a look. This confusion with money tells me that I've been a communist all along, though I have only just now realized this. Thanks for all your help. See you when I see you. On the scene.
Didn't I tell you to remove that outfit? The animal zone. Well, that is outside of my jurisdiction. Someone else can deal with that. I know he's missing. We've been over this already.
The officer looks into your eyes and finds the fear of your meaning. He stifles a gasp.
Hey, are you sure? It's definitely him. You're making this up. He can't have been right about them all this time. What would they even want with an old man like him? Yeah, that would do it. Well, if what you say is true, he's far beyond Marito's reach. This is an international case now. I'll have to let the station in Sunset know. What? Oh no, what'd you do that for? I'll have to keep an eye on her. She's bound to do something she'll regret. Anything else?
The GM gives you the most cursory of nods. The lanky man flicks a palm-sized toy scooter out of his pocket like a switchblade, performs a miniature double flip, then looks to you for a reaction. You could totally pull off a little finger trick like that, if you wanted to.
Yo, tiger pussy, you fuck? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was fucked up, right? I'm a piece of shit, basically.
Your voices reverberate around the once grand lobby.
What you want anyway? You a Nestor fan or you just here for my vibe? I could roll either way. Septimus, you're in my place.
One name, no context, as if you're expected to already know him.
'Cause it fucks. This is the center of the fucking pentagram. Chalk on the fingers, Portofiro's whole economy in one building. This is the bootleg factory you're trespassing in. It's in the back, obviously. This is the public front, reception, the glittering fucking lobby. Used to have some rugs and shit when we were still working with the talent, but now we are what you see, and much fucking better for it. My girl, center of the whole operation, fucking visionary that she is. Welcome to culture, being trash and trashing it, landfill society, pre-ironic irony. Knowing everything's tomorrow's shit. Everything I touch turns straight to turd. That's culture. Listen.
He leans forward, scooter held high, and flicks the front wheel. It goes.
Culture's like a big fuck-off animal, yeah? Animals gotta eat. Everything that gets eaten gets digested. Fine dining looks the same coming out the other end as fried shrimp. If you can consume it, it's only a matter of time before it's all shit. Well, for the fucking process, yeah? Not the product. Still feels nice to cook and eat, to keep the metaphor fucking crawling along. Everyone, you clown. Pearl, Saber, Wapo, Megavoid, lining up for me to direct their viz. Everybody wanted it.
Musicians, electronic artists.
Blew it all the fuck off. Sailed out solo, just me and a surfboard on the culture tsunami. Started my own fucking movie. Called it Sonic Doom. Would have been wasted. Never got to film it. I couldn't find a lead actress, one who could actually inhabit the topless scenes. This one girl, Haley, would have been good, but I accidentally gave her an eating disorder. Is it? Obviously not. Everyone fucking detests the old man. You for real?
Something about him has relaxed at this information. A performance partly abandoned.
I'm his youngest son. The last one out, numero 7. Portofiro's most hated daughter. You didn't know? Yeah, makes sense. I'll have to make you hate me all by myself.
Other people's distaste is a warm blanket, familiar in its itchiness.
I know you got questions about me and the old man. Ask him. It goes like this. Had a little revolution. Was Comrade Nestor for a bit. Then Presidente Nestor. Then Supreme Leader Nestor for the final stretch. Got in bed with the bank. Made a couple really good deals. Then a couple really bad deals. Disappeared a lot of people.
Nestor had already been forced from power the last time you were here. The toppled regime was old news.
Well, owning the Carabineros helped. Even they got tired of him eventually. Authoritarianism's cool and stuff when the economy's going. Not so much when the debts you racked up all over the developed world start going cha-ching. Blowing up those cosmonauts didn't help either. Oh yeah, Dad's big legacy. Supposed to be his fuck you, look at me to the rest of the world. Instead, he got fucked. Big time. I'm not hiding him back there, if that's what you mean. I don't know where he is. Dead, if you believe the streets. Clandestine nursing home for evil old fucks, I expect. Extract whatever state secrets they can during the day with hypnosis. People hate me, man. It's fucking wild. I've got a bunch of stories loaded up. Humanizing, tragic, fucked up, whatever the public wants to hear. Daddy used to give the kids a bit of blow before the public appearances. Keep us bright-eyed and patriotic for the cameras. Snorted so much before the age of 10, the tabloids used to call me Septimus. Primos, Afonso, Nestor II, Caetano, Nestor III, and Rolando. Dead, exiled, dead, banker, dead, living with a mistress in Talico. Yeah, haha, good one. But wouldn't have flown. The old man was on a conservative tear that year. Barbiturious, parasailing, and uncle, respectively. Proculus Festinus Pompolusa, Dad's worst general, knocked Nestor III into the canal while he was putting money on horses. And he didn't drown either. He died from inhaling all the rat piss in the water. Got a piss virus. Bled out of every orifice for a week. I got 12 of them, all Dad's generals. Learned everything about the world from them, on account of Dad being fucking ancient and also busy. What about her? She's a non-entity, surrogate, swimmer meat egg. 9 months later, behold, a fucko. Last one out, only one to remain. The last shall become the first. You don't want to keep pushing? Bet you could make me cry. Just Nestor, baby. Mononym. Nombre número 1. Sweet Septimus, if you're nasty. And Septimus Nestor sounds like shit. Syllables are all wrong. Massively, unfixably. I'm a total piece of shit and it's all Dad's fault. Can you imagine how fucking boring I'd be if I wasn't though? What are you, Portofiro in the early 80s? Ha ha. Ultra Violeta, hot shit. You but from a dream is unreleased though. You've either got raw musical gold or someone's playing a trick on you. Bring it. Good. Bet you do. Is it? Shit. Fly. You'll be back, all right. Buzz, buzz. You again. They're all bet you do. You think you're more cultured than me? I am culture. I just put together this wretched fucking treatment for a music video. Will blow your mind. They went off location scouting and haven't come back yet. Classic musician move. Probably off getting their hoes licked by groupies. On the Scumsin duo, guaranteed new hit. Go to the beach. I'm in the know. Guaranteed hit. Is it? Bet they were tearing it apart, yeah? Orgies and shit. How old you think I am? I'm fucking 30. Toddlers weren't invited. Right. Let me guess. Nestor was there, all ectoplasmic and shit?
Totally unperturbed by the paranormal.
Shitting with the door open? Yeah, he did that. Wasted. Thanks for keeping me appraised of their moves, tiger pussy. Ironically, I bet. Whatever, my vehicle saved their careers. Bring it. Good. Shit, fly. You'll be back, all right.
Oh, hello, operant.
She doesn't seem to have been expecting you. Strange smell about her. Chemical. You remember it from somewhere.
Of course, all good here. How may I support you this fine morning? I'll be here. Operant.
There's something familiar.
I don't smell anything, operant.
Probably nothing then.
I'll be here if you require. Operant.
Sweet, slightly pungent, reminds you of overripe apricots. All signs point to...
Excuse me?
Her eyes are looking every which way but towards you. Highly suspicious.
You're confused, operant. You've probably just never smelt photographic toner before.
Negative. Toner has a sulfurous odor. Rotten eggs.
I've been rumbled.
She produces a small brown glass bottle and sets it on the counter.
It used to be a respectable habit, you know. Prescription. I don't see why a little rag now and then should be a big deal. All the same, it's terribly unprofessional. I should really quit. I'll be here if you require anything.
Bagman gestures the sounds. You approach your double's bedside. His raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. I'd have to check the records. Why the sudden interest?
Something she can't just tell you, but she's assuming you can put it together on your own.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Look it up. It's a classic. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? With Nestor at the helm, Portofiro would always have held itself apart from the rest of the superblock. Unacceptable for a member state. Maybe Nestor was tipped off. Or maybe Probable was just unlucky. It happens, as you're aware. Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
Time to flip this situation on its head. It's your controller who needs to give you the reason.
Oh God, be serious. You're not suggesting this is about nominalism, are you?
No entries. Sounds fake and made up. You're not suggesting it. She is.
I have no idea what it means. Personally, I don't even think the bursars know. They just heard it somewhere one day and started repeating it. But that's the thing with these new watchwords. All you have to do is say, "This initiative supports our nominal pillar," and they'll throw gobs of resources at you, whether anything comes of it or not. You know, it feels a bit like casting a magic spell, a very cynical one, that grants you loads of money without obligation. I feel slightly disgusted with myself, but maybe with all that money I can get some less abrasive soap from the commissary. I let the bursar's office know we've discovered an unexpectedly nominal dimension to this assignment. Hopefully that should be worth a decent infusion for your purposes. Enjoy your infusion. Get yourself something nice. Luck and skill, operant.
The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The murmurs of Portofiro fade into nothing, as do you.
Why are you asking me? You went in there, didn't you? I know I wouldn't have gone in there myself. That's all. I was asked to keep an eye on it not long ago. You know, just in case.
By whom?
Baby girl, there are many questions I haven't asked you. Being a thoughtful, caring man. Just stay away from there. That's all I'll say.
His eyes narrow to slits. He's scanning you, as he has scanned many before.
I see. Someone causing you grief, baby girl? Then, hypothetically, it's not that simple. Since you're not local, let me explain something. B-Town's not like other places. Yeah, there's guns around, but you don't get one easily. The laws are tight. Carabineros roll out these gunpowder sniffing hounds and go on walks a couple times a year. You know, to remind people what's what. The dogs are a mean foreign breed. No hair, all teeth. My cousin, Alishba, lost a chunk of her calf to one.
His posture spells it out. Not at the moment, at least.
I'm saying, show me your palms. Hold them out, side by side, even. My great-grandmother, back at Rustam, she was a strega. Saved 3 men from suicide. She married a Bostanji and made him quit.
A high-ranking member of the military, sworn to protect the Rustamian head of state, back when the dream of Rustam still was a state. The bullet by your heart twitches, then stills.
I'm sorry about that. Your love line is split clean in two. About midway, like you were cut off for a while. First time seeing this.
It's not the lines he cares about, only your reactions to his reactions.
I can see you're barely shaking.
Suddenly, his posture straightens and he looks up. The soft warmth emanating from him dissipates.
All right, you're good. We can talk. Maybe if I take you out to dinner one night. You, me, lamb tagine, slow cooked in saffron and cinnamon, fluffy couscous, drizzled butter, honeyed eggplant for dessert. But for now, business. Just say the word. I'll be seeing you.
Ahead, the electric hum and rhythmic clatter of an aerotram station. You alight the next aerotram to the city's outskirts, to a place long abandoned. Ahead, the electric hum and rhythmic clatter of an aerotram station. Yellowed grass blades wave in the wind like beckoning fingers. Wind scours the Pitol Tract, brushing yellowed grass into long arcs. Old foundations and half-built walls lean at worrying angles. The remains of a community that was traded for a single shot at the sky. In the distance, an old rocket silo bores into the soil, a void outlined in concrete. The vestiges of Portofiro's disastrous 77 space program. This is the place you saw on television back then. And where the mysterious facts told you you'd find Miho. Your footsteps crunch along the dirt and gravel. An old billboard, half collapsed into the dirt. A faded illustration dominates the frame. In one corner, a jumble of text and diagrams cling stubbornly. Amid graffiti and peeled paper, two figures point at a space rocket climbing towards the sun. The scene is awash in still vivid red and yellow. The couple's faces, although half erased, radiate pride and awe. Down below, glass towers lean over cobblestone streets and emerald parks, where hibiscus, plumeria, and jacarandas bloom in impossible abundance. Every path bends towards a luminous dome, glowing like a promise. A vision of a future stillborn. A message to Portofirans, attributed to Sweet Nestor himself. It begins with a proclamation. Behold, here stands the future of Portofiro. The date reads Deuteros 75. 6 months later, the clearing of the Pitol Tract began. Over 20,000 residents were displaced, never to be relocated. Amid the half-eroded paragraph, the words destiny and historical correction endure, as if untouched by time. Portofiro would have become one of the big boys of the developed world. Inevitably, it is reflected in the grandeur of his space program. At present, such grandeur belongs to but 3 nations, Capablanco and Son, and the Kingdom of La Plage. The sole members of the post-orbital club, high status, high funds. The Luz has never acknowledged the existence of any official space program. Stage separation events and plum signatures were observed 14 times above Luzian airspace in the past decade alone. First to reach orbit, with the Cosmo Future Initiative's inaugural launch in 51, Capablanco followed in 54. By then, the superblock had close-up photographs of the lunar surface. On the billboard, the rocket is forever committed to the horizon. Nothing has exploded yet. Nothing has failed. A desolate expanse of half-built concrete shells and narrow streets wind into nowhere. The bushes sway in the breeze. Here grow the seeds of our collective glory. Soon our Pitol Tract will bloom and Portofirans shall grasp the firmament together. See not foundations but the dawn of triumph. See not construction but a long overdue historical correction. Prosperity and autonomy beckon. Children not yet born are already grateful. The developed world will gawp at our triumph. Mourn not the past, for what awaits is our destiny. Nestorismo to the stars. The bushes sway and all around you. The vegetation of the Pitol Tract slowly triumphs over the follies of men.
Are you here for the copper? If so, you're late. All the copper has been claimed. Yes, all of it. Ignorance is bold. We're all here to scavenge. Current form of our species is designed for high-tech scavenging, stripping the planet for parts.
Around you, the barren sterility of a place where nearly everything of worth has been extracted, leaving only gargantuan ruins and stunted plant life. It's hard to argue our point here.
Who knows? Many theories. Impossible to know. Humans are basically upgraded version of termite. Same, but can operate machinery. Very effective for scavenging. You want to help me? I can pay you. Yes, I can pay you well.
Suddenly, she reaches into the pockets of her shorts and pulls out fistfuls of crumpled bills.
False money. Here. Have some. Take it. I can see you like it.
Your hands involuntarily close upon the mass of hard, crumpled paper. There is nothing false about that money. You've waded into a trap. You don't know how or what kind, but nobody gives away cash like this for nothing.
Yes. False money. Keep it. I have more.
She pulls out further fistfuls to demonstrate. A few bills roll away, but she doesn't even seem to notice. This is more money than you've seen since you arrived in Portofiro. The role's subject dissonance is too much. Your brain is incapable of processing it.
Subcomandante Bagman has already shown us that money is worthless. But if you like it, we can trade. Yes, copper for money. But I keep all the copper. The Revelator, the Brown Phantom, host of the reality situation. Watch him. Then you'll see. Then you'll understand.
She laps from the same pool as Malin's father, who got himself kidnapped after hearing about the phone that makes people disappear on this same show. This Bagman is the fibre of the web connecting all paranoia in Portofiro.
The reality situation plays every single afternoon. You should watch him, at least once. Hopefully you understand. Many watch him, very few understand him. I used to buy into the reality trap. Houses, yes, kids, family, food, all a trap. Spend false time working to make false money. A bad joke. Subcomandante Bagman made me realize this. Yes, 2 of them and a husband, and I thought I loved them more than life. But then realized there is no life. Need to focus on breaking out of reality.
Somewhere in the streets of Keysok, a well-to-do teenager grips his little sister by the hand and scrutinizes the face of every beggar, every outcast squatting by a canal or hobbling through the alleys, wondering if, maybe...
They don't exist. I don't exist either. You I doubt you exist. But who am I to say?
Pointless to wonder. Best to still yourself and carry on regardless. There's nothing to contemplate here. Just the ramblings of a mad woman.
Real estate. Buy house, sell house, add money, remove money. Hilarious when you think about it. Yes, I was winning at the game of life. Bad game. Prize for winning, more of the same. Not living, trying to break out. No, I am still inside the trap. Reality is the trap. Have you ever noticed the thing about time? Subcomandante Bagman made me notice this. Yes, changes everything. Stop, right now. Look at your clock. Is it moving?
Your brain recoils from the question with the terror of a Paleolithic huntress wondering what lies beyond the horizon. You do not want to touch the edges of your world.
A second? Or a sentence? Look more closely. They say time flows, but does it flow? Or does it stutter, skip, jump ahead? Jump. Jump. You are not understanding the thing about time yet, but you are close. Yes, I can tell you are close. As long as we are inside false time, everything is part of the reality trap. False time reinforces reality. Escape false time, escape reality. Then we will know. Then we will see. Why?
Something flares in her eyes. The same sheen of keen paranoia, brightened threefold.
You are thinking of going in there? Down there? Is that so? Is that so? Looking for what? Aha, no. Worse and better things than copper down there. Silo was abandoned in a hurry. Many things left down there. Things left intact, yes. Documents, papers, discs, other things. No, never. You know what is down there, don't you? The things they breed in the darkness. Appearances, deceiving. Great cover-up for what's really going on. Dolphin-human hybrids. A tortured species originally bred for deep space exploration. Abandoned as inviable.
You look into her eyes. She's not on anything chemical, but nor is she sober. This is a different kind of high.
Oh, yes. Yes, do that. I'll wait here. See how you fare.
She really wants you to explore the silo for her.
Subcomandante Bagman has never talked about anything like that. Sounds like a government program.
The People's Spy is a government program.
This is why you are so curious, yes? Go and find out what they have for you. I will be waiting, yes, to hear what you find.
It's time to reevaluate the decisions that have led you to this point. hear the wind whistling through the scant vegetation and metal ruins. You feel the agitated pumping of your heart. All things that occur in time, but you cannot feel time itself. Like trying to meditate. The harder you try to grasp it, the more elusive it becomes.
Ah, you are too deep inside the trap. Yes, you are. Believe everything is as it seems. Not your fault. Yes, remember. You bring me copper, I give you false money. You'll like it.
Time to face facts, Herschel. There aren't many who can do what you do. They're too unfocused, inept, distracted by soft matters. But not you. You're the rarest class. Hardcore spy. History's over. The tyrants and the visionaries are gone. Now it's all fact checkers, HR departments, and international ethics tribunals. Their insides are full of tastefully upholstered furniture and photographs of dear colleagues. You don't go for that shit. Why? What's there to miss? If the tool no longer suits the task, get better tools. Keep up your hardcore ways and they'll have you in a bulletproof box, facing a tribunal for the crime of getting results. Oh, you'll get yours. When the squishes put you up against the wall, they'll be the ones shivering.
You're back. What now? Let's see. Aha, yes. This is good metal. Take it. Take the false money.
The crumpled bills bounce off your chest. You catch some. The rest fall to the ground. You pick up the loose bills and unfold them, one by one. She doesn't even look at you, rapturously examining the copper springs. You've never been paid in a more degrading way.
You want more? There is always more. Bring me more copper, and I will give you more. Yes, yes, remember.
Your muttered litany is carried away on the wind.
There?
The musicians raise their beers to you in greeting. Scaffolding creaks beneath them. Gravity beckons.
Hello, you. How's dear little bomb faring? Hello? Do you see it there?
I see it on. Looks very well. You look well, Bomb.
Durr downs his beer and tosses it overarm into the cylindrical dune below.
It's nice to see you again.
Ah, spectacular of you to ask. We're tossing bottles into this hole.
Oh, we're not.
If we're quite anything, it's good to pretend it.
First, it was just for fun. But then we figured, based on a feeling of general speculative interest, that if you threw enough bottles down there, then eventually one of them would make it out alive.
Statistically possible.
And then this bottle, supposing such a bottle exists, would certainly be a lucky bottle, possibly the luckiest conceivable.
So then it became a quest for a lucky bottle, or the end of our beer supply.
Whichever comes first. Could be.
He throws a bottle.
Could also be real and living in a beer bottle. So better to find out just in case.
You, my friend, are far too afraid of structures.
You have the fear of structures in you.
Overcome it.
As you wish.
Rocket silo.
She means our bottle tossing hole.
Oh, yes. Forgot that's what it is. Failed space rocketry, yeah? I'm not getting into any of that.
Nor me. Sorry, our friend. We aren't compelled. If it's false, then you can do with it as you wish.
A beer bottle flies out of her hand and into Fate's.
Precisely. You could do this or anything. Not a concern at all, really. Miho. Nope. Duh.
Afraid not. Great. Almost finished.
We're still perfecting the new lyrics.
Maybe you'll hear it on the radio before long. Ask them.
We don't recall.
Been on an excitement-induced bender since the Palace of Culture.
Eventually.
He waves his hand in a circular motion, tracing the course of lost interest that will one day return.
Under the scaffolding down here. Nice zone. Cozy. You did?
True shock in her voice.
Duh. We've officially been discussed.
One day, we may even be photographed.
Certainly.
Bye.
You're back. What now? Aha! You say you're not a scavenger, but you are a good scavenger. Yes, very proficient. I am close, yes, very... Ah, yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
An insane sun rises from behind her eyes.
Take it all. We won't need it anymore. No, we won't.
A queasy feeling comes over you as you gather up the piles of loose change. Somehow you know she is right. Where you are going, money will not help you.
Haha. Yes. Enjoy your false money. Just wait there. 6 hours, yes, and I will have built it. Haha. 6 hours. Aha. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow. You're back. What now? Aha! You say you're... I am close, yes. Ah, yes.
An insane sun...
Take it.
A queasy feeling. Somehow you know she is right.
Haha. Just wait. Haha. 6 hours. Aha. Time, she says. No time.
Over her shoulder, you suddenly notice that in the sky, bright with midday light.
You're back. What now? Aha! You say you're not. I am close, yes, very close to completing. Yes, yes, You're back. What? Ah, yes.
An insane sun rises from behind. Metal shudders and groans beneath your feet, reverberating downwards. Red lights fade into nothing. Abandoned, dusty, throated by concrete. Hundreds of steps, winding, disappearing into pure darkness. Remember what the Miho fact said. Go all the way down. A small measure to fend off the encircling dark. You look at the metal between your feet, a square grid that cannot contain the emptiness that surrounds you.
Now that's a stride. That's a grand stride. Right there. Up and down 6 times. Could go another 10, I'm sure. Oh, hey, bud. Now, how'd a friendly face like yours end up here? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. You want my advice? Give the stairs a good try. Nothing like a few runs up and down to squash the old worries. Down and down they go. Greatest stairs I ever saw. You ought to give them a try.
As you consider the stairs, a beer bottle clangs against the railing, smashes. The old man laughs.
You know, it's nice to have company. Good chinwag helps stimulate metabolic ignition. Beautiful place, isn't it? I come here regularly. This here's the perfect spot to run mitochondrial apoptosis drills. I am practicing full-spectrum autophagic cardio-incineration. Pump up the heart rate until weak organelles and grief proteins burn right up. Full somatic reset just by running. Okay, that's how you make the voices go quiet. Get rid of those, and the fourth aperture opens wide. Makes you appreciate beauty all over again.
Hardly anything he said makes medical sense. It barely makes linguistic sense.
Healthier than healthier, my friend. I'm post-healthy, if anything, obliterating myself with regularity. As the saying goes, pain is just the body flushing out stories it shouldn't have been told. That's from the tough cycle full system flush. Sweat, cry, piss, shake, ascend. No wonder you're hoarding emotions in at least 6 zones. I'm a bit worried about you, bud. You remind me of the old me back when I was working. And that's no way to live. No way to live at all. Miho? I knew a Miho once. Big-time negotiator from West Codia. Put away brandy like a man. Unlikely, I'd say. She dropped dead at 60. Heart attack. On account of the brandy. Swore off the stuff at 45. Past 50, it's not a fair fight. Not at all, bud. Good to see the youth getting out, practicing their overarm toss.
You hear a whoosh and a crash as another bottle falls to its death. Must have been very unlucky indeed.
Aha! Hear that one? Went straight to the bottom. Excellent aim. I was an interzonal man right up until 81. Consultant class. 2 decades in foreign hotels and meeting rooms. Harmonizing standards for partners. Getting Portofiro ready for the big leagues, you see. Joining the developed world at long last. Decades of work. Sweet Nestor set it all in motion. And one could say it's still in progress, but I had a small part to play. Oh, I noticed. Bags under the eyes, awful complexion, vending machine died, I'm guessing. For me, that all ended when I heard Rimtuff speak.
No need to be childish. Fringe health theorist, frowned upon by most medical bodies in the People's Republics and the developed world. Owns dozens of wellness centers across Soon's Ark and millions of followers.
An athlete, author, visionary, found one of his discs in my hotel room. Figured it was junk, something to fill the silence. That's when I heard. You don't have a buddy. You are a buddy. I started doing lunges across the carpet, right then and there. I kept listening, and that's when it happened. I smiled. Middle of a lunge, legs shaking, sweat pouring down. Half a mini bar bottle still in hand, just smiling. Next morning, I called the boss, told him I was done. What could he say? I had made up my mind. Slumped thoracic spine for one, that's grief pooling in the vertebrae. You're a bit pale too. Capillaries holding on to despair. But the biggest problem's obvious. It's your lungs. You're dealing with a lot of anticipatory shame, aren't you? That stuff pools up in the alveoli.
If only. There's plenty of past shame too.
Situation's worse than I feared then. I hope you don't take umbrage at my words, bud. I remember the days when bad thoughts slipped in right through the weak fiber.
Does this fool doubt the resilience of the people's respiratory tract? That's how we make sense of the world. There's no need to fall for it.
I understand. I spent many years in the throes of denial myself.
This is an old man coping with existence by clinging on to a nonsense routine. Let it be. So he insults your psyche as well.
I'm glad to hear it. Of course, if you have any doubt, we could put those to rest with a little sprint around the loop. The top floor, when you come in, that's the loop. No gadgets, no props, nothing but raw athletics. You tell me when you're ready to run. Keep you moving, you'll be fine. We'll all be fine.
Whatever light that slipped in from above has nearly drained away. You're entering the abyssal zone now, and your thoughts darken accordingly. In a windowless room far below, a thing crawls out of its tank. Slick grey skin over limbs too long, webbed hands. And on its back, a blowhole. A being with the strength of a bodybuilder combined with the echolocative powers of a cetacean. They do too. They've been terribly lonely down here. Rumour has it they were bred for space. The mind of a human with the insulating blubber and extended lung capacity of a dolphin. The perfect cosmonaut. Don't forget why you're here. Who, or whatever this Miho is, still awaits you. All the way. The air grows cooler and mustier with each level you descend. There are many, many levels still to go. The shelves stand before you, expectant. You stand before an archival shelf. This one is labeled G. Its metal bays overflow with sagging dossiers, loose memos, and soft-buckled binders. You skim through maintenance logs, staff rotations, emergency drills, waste management expenses, all ordered by esoteric reference codes. There's nothing interesting here. You turn away from the shelves. You stand before an... You turn away.
Cascade, you can see me?
Your former double gazes at you, stooped and slightly twisted. Of them all, he was the one you least expected to ever see again.
Okay, you can definitely see me. That's less than ideal. You could have been anyone. I've put a lot of time into psychogenic translucency. Sounds like a grip on reality. Great problem, Cascade. Careful with those.
He takes you in with a blank expression. Deceptively blank. Just behind, his perfect memory ticks and whirs like ancient clockwork.
Thanks for enduring the stares. I'm aware they're significant. I'm glad my facts reached you. I assume you destroyed it post-reading? A document tastes better when it's extra sensitive. No, I'm Holocene. Miho is a concept. I suppose you could say I'm a representative of Miho. Come on, Cascade. Operational security. Well, I was hardly going to phone you, and you're not exactly psychically equipped to receive an astral projection. We should get to it. The dreaming glass is already mid-tilt. It's good to see you, by the way. A while.
A hollowness to him. A ghost whose ectoplasm has run out.
It's just a short-term arrangement. Joylessly. Much too busy getting in.
What does midnight alone feel like down here?
Why? How long has it been since the fallout? 6 months?
His infallible recall must distort time. With every memory the same weight, they become the unit of measurement. And down here, he's not making many new ones.
5 years. I could have disinformed an entire state security service in that time. This. I had to escape the Weeping Eye's blast radius, so I reckoned with our dismantling by going silo solo. I tried. That telephonic arch-narc gave me radio silence in return. You'd have to ask her, and then assume the opposite of whatever she tells you. I also considered suicide, but, you know, the sixth type of ambiguity is my least favorite.
Sixth type. Something really, 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 really ambiguous.
A statement signifies nothing, which forces the reader to invent their own meaning, likely at odds with the author's intent, if indeed intent was present in the first place. It is very good to see you, Cascade. Look around you, Cascade. Not many catch-ups going on 200 feet sub terra. That's disconcerting. I always thought his survival drive was finely honed. Or maybe that's what he wants you to think. He's a cop, so inherently untrustworthy by nature. You may recall I objected to bringing a cop on board in the first place. That is quite the something, yes. The specifics are irrelevant. You've been sniffing the opera's glue again, Cascade. They've got you on a new assignment already. I can practically smell your singed ion channels. If so, here's a note. You're playing the irony near illegible, almost as if there is no irony at all. Why have you accepted this almost certainly doom-sealed assignment from the Operant Bureau? It's all a phantom limb, I think you'll find. The cosmic point. My own loyalty to the opera is irretrievable. I wrote a thesis on this exact subject, actually. You should read it.
He rummages briefly, then produces a formidable stack of jaundiced paper, the size of a small cat's coffin.
It has 3.
And he can't wait to tell you.
Opera Furiosa, a close reading of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions, or Strewn in Constellation, Second Thoughts on the Collective Frontier. The third title is cipher encrypted. Don't worry, the rest is plain text. As you've probably gathered from its aura, this is a thermobaric-grade explosive document. Do not let it fall into the hands of its very subject. I don't care for meta texts. Whatever gave you that idea? ...862 pages of beclowning. True, I will never again work for the opera, but I would be open to an interdepartmental collaboration between the opera and Miho. I don't know, Cascade. You tell me. All I have is some critical information to hand that you have yet to ask me about. Information critical. I've discovered who betrayed our whole sick crew.
You hear his words, then unhear them. The cold flat of Dread's knife presses against your heart.
I haven't been down here for all this time playing cosmonaut, Cascade.
Absolute conviction behind his words. This is no bluff or bait.
I'm eager to delve into the specifics of who turned us to searing dust, but can't commence an intra-agency collab without defined terms.
Intra-agency? But there's only one agency, the one you both work for.
You joining Miho, and Miho riding Shadow Shotgun with the Operant Bureau.
He keeps mentioning this Miho thing. Ominous.
Monaxial intelligence and hermetic operations.
Your former double stares at you and lifts his eyebrows slightly. A long time passes.
It's an acronym? No. In this instance, hermetic bears a double meaning, both utterly sealed and in the tradition of occult science. That is probably the word I'm most proud of in the acronym. Thank you for highlighting it. Miho is a brand new counterintelligence agency, one devoted to the pursuit of absolute reality through supracognitive espionage. No lies, net zero deception. Imagine it, Cascade. The world as it is, disreflected. Psychedelically ambitious. Heavy lies the director's chair.
He's taking this seriously. You should too.
I'm afraid that information is zero hold. Let's just say I hear things are progressing in a direction that is positive. Please, elaborate. Cool color. I've heard of sonic torture apparatus, of course, but never a complete zero-out kit contained within a disc. Unlikely. At its zenith, astral assassination won't require a disc, or any medium. Miho's Disembodiers division are close to a breakthrough on that front. Though, I'm now irksomely curious about what may have been on this disc. The children's musical entertainer. Interesting. The long shadow of Cicatriz Frontera finds us even here. This could indeed be some prime Lusian schemery. If you have time, please submit a full report to Miho Command, and be sure to mark it Director Only. You are speaking with its director, yes. Due to security and communication concerns, Miho's director is also its sole representative. Just me. For now. It keeps things secure. I can declassify documents just by thinking about them. How do you mean? Well, to be honest, Cascade, Miho's development, while advanced, has stalled somewhat. But maybe that's why you've appeared. The H stands for hermetic, as I said. Also, I do not recognize Herschel as a standalone entity. I concur. Excellent idea, Cascade. Miho would assist you in completing the assignment, while you would join Miho as the agency's first special asset, Liminal Class.
A shocking demotion. Rung number 1 on the ladder of being.
I would act as assignment lead for Miho, you would act as assignment lead for the opera, and therefore assignment lead for the assignment. We will never once speak of our collaboration. Of course. Then our two agencies can freely share any self-hold information. I don't.
Your former double looks beyond you and goes completely still for a long moment. A familiar tick, like he's caught a glimpse of an alternate future and can't look back.
Likely the assassination of a major political figure. Lucian, I would venture, one of their photocopied ministers. But I've already said too much. Good thing I brought all my chips. There is my proposition. An interdepartmental collaboration. You join Miho as a temporary asset. Miho lends its full force to the opera. Okay, glad you're on board, Cascade, but what you just said there, that series of words can never be uttered again. Never again. We're almost set. Of course, we can't kick off collaboration with our base of operations in such a state.
It seems largely fine.
So, here's my first directive, Special Asset. Get cleaning. I can barely hear you above all this mess, Cascade. As I said, impossible to commence operations within the current state of affairs. Oversee. My take is that it's clearly not a conspiracy, just a barely concealed truth. Conceptually speaking, Luz's entire political history can be mapped across a unified cognitive plane. There are divergences, of course. Any mind will inevitably turn against itself, given enough time and ideas. But, broadly, it can be close-read as a unanimous cerebral process. Terrifyingly. I'm most intrigued about the memory. Does any of it carry over? Does it corrode? Or are these imprints simply haunted houses with any memories constructed by suggestion? And consider this, Cascade. What must their dreams look like? Interesting. Do you intend to detonate it now? I'll take you at your word. It seems you have the upper hand, Cascade. Let's see. This is a directional explosive device from the Operant Bureau. Did they ask you to deliver this to me? Oh, excellent. Please, compile a report for the Miho analysts as soon as possible. During the late 50s, the Operant Bureau became obsessed with sound-triggered explosives. This one's directional, intended for assassination, not terrorism. Of course, a rocking little number by the False Midnights, which hit the tippity-top of the charts for 6 weeks in the spring of '59. Huh. The Operant Bureau always did retain a sense of humor. You're still functioning, Cascade. Why not this little guy, too? Directional bombs often do, one way or another. You're welcome, Cascade. By and large, I'm still a subscriber, but far from a true believer. I saw something in it once. It had a glow. Then it lost it, somewhere along the way. None, in fact, ideally, as the party has it. The end of history is the only worthwhile tenet of communism remaining. History is not a linear march of fastidiously checked events. It is a fiction, edited and spliced by quick hands in back rooms. Better to end it. Roll credits, then smash the projector. I do. That's the problem. My memory is a definitive history that no one chooses to adhere to. Likely compounded by my profession. I was let in unawares, seduced by communist hermeneutics. Let me put it like this. I wouldn't be who I am if I hadn't once been a communist. But now that I am who I am, I can never be one again. Please make them quick and... I concur.
Try as you might, you cannot imagine Holocene entering the mirror world as anything other than fully formed.
Something bothering you, Cascade? You've existentially stalled.
Exactly as you find him now.
In your own time, Cascade.
A dark patch of glistening mold curls out from the base of the far wall. The mold has a vague and irregular shape, like black splotches of malignancy on an X-ray. Yellow tendrils streak across it. Slime class, if you were to guess. Educated mold guess. A thousand skinny antennas. The tendrils seem to favor seams and stress lines rather than smooth concrete. It doesn't need to survive bleach. It just needs to grow where bleach is not. The denser part sits low, where the floor dips slightly. From there, its growths fan out and up, thinning into forking strands. Tucked into the upper corner, an old ventilation grill, square and rust-rimmed. Definitely came from there. It's just a little coward patch, nestled in the corner like it's hiding from you. Nothing at all. It's not an infestation, just a lonely smudge of dark damp with zero ambitions. Not really. Nothing observable, at least. Quiet calculations, chemical negotiations, feeling the terrain. Just mold stuff. This is not about cleaning. It is not even about this room. You'll need a key. He wants you to find something he cannot give you. It is disguised but not hidden. So probably something like that piece of paper right there. Maybe he can, or believes he can. This is not about cleaning. It is not even about this room. It is about that single slip of paper and whatever is written upon it. You turn away from the mold. It quivers as you leave. A silver brick, foil wrapped and creased with factory precision. You recognize its dull sheen and shape instantly. Beneath the word Cosmo Comida, a grinning cosmonaut. One gloved hand giving a thumbs up, the other squeezing purple paste from a tube into their mouth. Produced by a company called Vanguarda 79, it claims to be the food of the future. The best futures are preserved. This one comes freeze-dried, sealed in foil. Tossed in the corners, clotted beneath furniture, dozens upon dozens of silver packs glinting in the half-light. This is not a short-term solution. 5, to be precise, ever since the crew's blowout. You went east, he went south. Your former double glances back at you, pushes his glasses up his face, then turns away. Even though Cosmo Comida claims to be the food of the future, small print on the packet reads, Best by Septimus 84, 12 years ago. He's subsisting on these alone. He found himself a little world, newly terraformed, all his and no one else's. And the Operant Bureau forgets by design, especially in the aftermath of catastrophic collapse, as the theatre report called your last outing. You were a full world away, counting down days in cigarette stubs, a thick curtain drawn over Novessa, watching a phone that never rang. A familiar room, yes, but mentally, a hostile foreign shore. Heat stamped in pale blue, weight, pack date, and manufacturer details. A company called Lockley & Refnor. Precision engineered beyond the coasts, a triumph of international cooperation. There's enough in this box for a month of austere survival. You pocket the freeze-dried rations.
Please, help yourself, Cascade.
A typed page lies upside down in a stack of similarly formatted files. The cover reads, Remote Viewing Testimonial, N28. A fringe psychic art. The ability to view an unseen place or thing via a sense beyond the standard 5. Is this how Holocene located you? It seems quite compelling. A 56-year-old woman was partnered with a trusted friend as a target selector. She then described the site of a decade-old plane crash in great detail, while her friend was physically present at the location, 2,000 miles away. Unprompted, she also gave specific, accurate descriptions of the aviation accident itself. That is no doubt what remote viewers want you to think, as they want you right now. At the very least, he is RV curious. Your former double catches your eye, then looks down and pats the floor with his shoe.
Good job, Cascade. Getting the hang of it.
It feels like 1,000 eyes are on you as you step back. A sheet of thick paper lies on the floor, folded in half and partially covered by shadow. Impossible consonant clusters assault your mind's ear. Milivoricskiva was a cryptograph. One glance, and you know it is. Almost certainly. Right now. Its secrets will keep. You refold the paper and slip it into your pocket.
Well, the room situation is much improved, Cascade. Very clean. Fine job. We must not have been looking at the same room.
Your former double stares blankly at you, as if you never spoke at all.
A thorough clean will always turn up expected and completely mundane items. And coincidence is a story we tell ourselves.
He runs a smoothing hand across his hair. It springs back up, even more disarrayed than before.
Miho's counter-analysis is the finest in the hemisphere, but its stagecraft is amateur at present.
Your former double rubs his neck nonchalantly and gazes at the ceiling.
I've tolerated the cardiovascular grandpa too long. I should zero him out to fortify operational security.
Holocene unfolds his dressing gown and then folds it again.
High time for another Cosmo ration. How many have I had today? It's hard to keep track sometimes as they're so delicious. You have found an answer, Cascade. Is that an answer? I sense our collaboration is already off to a strong start. Now, please, in your own time, get out and let me enjoy my nice clean room.
With a firm hand, he motions to the silo door and stares at it, unblinking.
We'll get to all that. At this moment, I have directorial matters to attend to, preferably in solitude. Anything else before you jog on?
Don't know. Starting not to care. A more pressing question. How the fuck he ended up living in an empty rocket silo?
Go for it, Cascade. But please interact with any agency debris you've discovered far away from our operational headquarters. Miho believes in you.
Opera Furiosa, a close read-in of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions, or Strewn in Constellation, Second Thoughts on the Collective Frontier. Looming behind the cover page, a dense 800-page slab. Like any serious text, it begins with an epigraph. This is the thing we built while the true visionaries were busy kicking around the future. Chairman Kivy to the Unkurt National Party Congress, seconds before committing suicide by gunshot, year 58. Strong opening hook, tonally ominous. The impenetrable block of text shows no clear way in. No stepping stones towards legibility. Black bars of redactions beset you at all sides.
Numerous lines of inquiry, all of which, however, can be distilled down to a single question. To what can we attribute the Operant Bureau's relative lack of projection power compared to agencies of a similar budget and manpower? Put simply, why is the Opera not mopping the floor with our so-called competition?
That is what the next 600 pages are dedicated to discovering. You flip a few dozen pages on and pluck out a paragraph that seems relevant.
As though seeking to remake the agency in his own image, under Twichitov's leadership, the Operant Bureau transformed into an onanistic organization. That is, one that exists solely to satisfy its own circular pleasures, chief among which are hunting for flipped assets and excommunicating its most competent operants.
Roger Klaus Twichitov, Director General of the Operant Bureau from 58 until his untimely death in 87.
Opera? More like slopera.
Ruthless critique is one thing, but that's just uncalled for. Mixing metaphors between cannibalism and masturbation, Holocene paints the picture of an Operant Bureau consuming itself via its obsession with uprooting moles. As for operant excommunications, Holocene is a case in point.
All intrinsic to the self-propagating nature of containment mania. In layman's terms, if the opera were a human being, a psychiatrist would diagnose them as being addicted to self-sabotage, a true master of own goals. Internal opacity, even when necessary, devolves into bureaucracy with mathematical certainty. It follows that an agency run by a being such as Twichitov, a vision-bereft bureaucrat at heart, regardless of assent, would view ever-accumulating clearance levels, recursive encryptions, and sanctioned erasures as signs of progress. Unlike cancer, neurodegenerative disease, and rigor mortis, things that actually progress, they are, in truth and practice, portents of institutional paralysis.
Appendix B, apparently, is wholly dedicated to eviscerating Twichitov. The text seems genuinely uncertain of what it is more interested in doing, getting to the heart of the opera's problems, or delivering the former director a literary pummeling.
A development whose terminal stage is the adversary within. That is, a psychic limbo in which the operant is forced to treat all information, even, and perhaps especially that which is opera-provided, as de facto malified, an auto-suspicious routine, a territory from which no assurance is powerful enough to rescue anything.
Distrust as a replicating sickness. You'd have to ask Holocene. It's clearly personal, as well as professional. Holocene is electing to keep secrets from the world, and maybe you, and possibly himself. Why would someone redact something they wrote from themselves? Big thesis, big secrets. You land on a chapter titled The Torrent of One, Reflections on Function and Fall. Torrent kind of sounds like. This section, spanning 20-odd pages, drills down, focusing on a single operant. Holocene considers the career, decisions, and strategic patterns of Operant C. Your skin prickles, caused by sudden static.
Over their career, Operant, henceforth known as Operant C, demonstrated an innate faculty for the craft and tremendous capacity for leadership. Accordingly, the Operant Bureau tasked them with setting up a network in...
He wrote a case study about you.
Operant C's talents, regrettably, are only matched by a tremendous capacity for self-sabotage. Obsessive, pattern-questioning tendencies beyond that which is necessary or sensible, though sometimes admirable in their sheer scope. The result, an endless fictionalizing of imagined threats, many of which are conjured in situ. I do not wish to indict a fellow operant, but to cement a larger point, one that affects all operants. the Operant Bureau itself is to blame for what I call professional deformations. Assignment failed. It couldn't help but fail. Assuming Operant C survived the collapse, she was duly remanded to Satellite Facility B, aka the notorious Freezer. Isolation with no end date.
A sentence, unwritten yet palpable. I'd rather pick my own freezer.
The ideal agency, one worthy of trust, could amplify competence and care for ailing pathologies. But here, what starts as aptitude or temperament quickly curdles. Let us give the opera credit where due, as it has mastered something after all. Producing the long-term casualties that prop up its own structural monstrosity.
He thinks he's so clever with all the dense prose and redactions and hypertextuality. Quick, lay into him. Pick any argument.
Given those parameters, only a masochistic fool would raise a hand for the opera's cause.
Who cares? This isn't about ethics or understanding. It's about not looking stupid. Now debate. Par principe, like academics do.
Let such witless sycophants rationalize the Operant Bureau's daily deeds as essential bureaucracy. Daily morale damage, year-long stints in file rooms of unknown origin or application, and yet, despite all this, still they remain pulverized in its mechanisms, eager for the next tier of betrayal.
Another nice point. You should probably write a thesis of your own. It folds shut without protest. The block of aggressively unintelligible text covers the sheet you picked up from Holocene's floor. The text remains as impossible as you found it. Do the work. This is a discipline you have been initiated in, at least in theory. Painted in feces on the walls of our padded cell. Most ciphers are substitution ciphers, solvable with a single keyword or phrase. If you have it, you're set. If you don't, you need procedures. Diagrams, trigrams, character frequency, index of coincidence analysis, tables, tables, and more tables. Then, codebreaker, you are fucked. Index of coincidence, the mother skill of all would-be code crackers. It's a more specific way of measuring randomness than just counting letters. If a keyword has been used to create a polyalphabetic cipher, then comparing indices of coincidence across variously sized samples of letters will tell you how many letters are in the keyword. Because the number of letters in the keyword will be the length of the intervals between identically encoded letters. For example, if a 6-letter keyword has been used, every 6th letter in the code will have been shifted by the same amount. Certain letters appear a lot more than others in any given language, both alone and in pairs. Knowing which and spotting them as patterns, even when the letters are encrypted, is the most basic tenet of code breaking. More than you can possibly imagine. The cipher wants to give up its secrets. It is screaming them at you. You just don't have the ears to hear. Yet. "26 times you move through the document, tallying robotically. A swarm of letters, uncountable. It takes you 7 attempts to count almost every letter. The letters that appear most often are H and T, with 20 occurrences each. Take H as an example. In a text with 291 characters, that's about 7%, which is more than double the number you would expect to get if it were entirely random. 1/26th, or roughly 3%. But also only half the rate at which the most frequent letter, E, appears in the regular alphabet. 2 things. First, it's almost certainly not gibberish. And second, the cipher is somehow masking its character frequency. Ruling out a simple transposition or a fine shift cipher. Probably polyalphabetic. The cipher wavers like a mirage, a madman's shopping list, equal parts banality and wonder. 3 bigrams appear 3 times, NG, JG, and YX. Combined with your character analysis, this proves that parts of the text at least retain their internal structure. You know from counting the letters that it's unlikely to be this simple, but it's worth a shot. No set of 3 letters appears more than once. Dead end. On the page, the letters gibber insanely, crying NG, J. It's divided into 23 blocks, each between 1 and 25 characters long. 1, 14, 9, 3, 5. You try grouping the numbers together. 1 degree gibberish. The fact that it starts with a 1-digit number precludes this possibility. You begin to pencil down the correspondence of each number. N, I, C, E, T, R. Chills run through you as the letters begin to spell out a plausible message. Nice try, salutations, me-ho. The implication is that you are expected to be above such methods. The letters spin fervorishly. You begin the laborious task of rewriting the cipher over and over again in spreadsheets with different numbers of columns. 4 columns, 5 columns. The caged letters and numbers proliferate, a bureaucrat's wet dream. A piece of paper and a notebook is all you need to go insane. The weight of the thesis threatens. It folds. the weight of the feces threatens, it folds shut. The block of a the text from Yamoxirum give a book of talk from the Girafix Swords Evangular Fixer. Do the work. Paint it in feces on the most diagrams try more than certain letters, knowing where. Index of some more specific. If a key word is because the number of, for example, if a six, then code break the cipher 1 yet. 26 times a swarm of letters. It takes you 7. Take H as but also only half the rate at which the most frequent letter. 2 things. And second, ruling out the cipher wavers like a mirage. 3 bigrams combined. You know from on the page the letters gibber. It's divided into 23. 1, 14. You try group gibberish. You begin to pen N-I-T. Chills run through. Nice try, salutations, me. Each step, steady yourself. The letters spin fervorishly. You begin the 4 column. The caged. A piece of paper and a notebook is all you need to go insane. 4 columns. Sub-random. 5 columns. Your attention span buckles and cracks under the strain. 8 columns. 0.67. There's an undeniable spike in coincidences when you arrange the code in sets of 8. You are looking at a polyalphabetic cipher with an 8-letter keyword. 8 letters to be found, 8 numerical displacements, and the cipher is solved. 2 parts grunt work, 1 part intuition. Find the keyword. Prepare body and mind for hours of fun. The opera have a machine dedicated to this. If you want to capitulate, just take it to your controller and make it her problem. Undertrained, unprepared, frozen 5 years solid. Of all those valuable niche skills you were taught years ago, almost nothing remains. A flatland vertigo takes hold of you as you face the expanse of letters again. You cannot do this. The text stares back at you, impenetrable as a walled fortress. Many cryptologists have resigned to the same. It never works. Gauntlet has hit the ground. Cascade is nothing if she is not brute force. You fold the sheet and awaiting the 8 letters that will give it voice. As you slow down your breathing and focus your eyes on the letters, a new kind of consciousness dawns upon you. Self-consciousness. The opera have a secret camera. Through that camera, they watch you flail in an ocean of miscommunication. As they watch, they laugh. A one-off special featuring an endless gag reel of theatre misadventures. You hurriedly put on the most unmeditative expression you are capable of as you look around. You fold the awaiting the 8 letters that will give it voice. The cipher is as silent as you left it. It is the code that picks you apart, operant, not the other way around. You feel the first fetal kicks of genuine insanity. You and Holocene, the loving parents in waiting. You fold the sheet and put it away. Awaiting the 8 letters that will give it voice. As you slow down your awaiting the 8 letters. As you awaiting the 8 letters. The letters are just black markings on a page. They aren't going to move, change, or reveal anything, no matter how hard you stare. Time dissolves around you. Something that's not there, but was there for a moment. It's 2 months before your network collapses. You returned one night to the safe house and found Holocene alone there, flipping through a white-spined paperback.
Rumor has it. I was just thinking, Cascade, a book would make the perfect cipher key. It's full of letters and requires a personal touch to fully comprehend. A cipher with soul. My kind of communique.
Find the book. The text was only part of the cipher, the meta layer. Oh look, a fresh rung on the abject mental illness ladder. Down, you fold the sheet. Awaiting the 8 letters that will get. It is the awaiting the 8 letters. The discs of your internal code-breaking machine gyrate as you try out different pairs of letters for each of the 8 columns. Every once in a while, one clicks into place, and recognizable pairs of letters emerge across the text. A momentum is gained. Every new discovery facilitates the others. The letters give themselves up one by one, a series of little surrenders. As the bags grew heavy with his blood, he was reminded of a belief he had harbored as a child when upon being told that the human body held 5 pints of blood. He had understood this to mean for your whole life and had grown up with a secret terror of scratches and cuts that he could not believe was not universal. It induced a pleasant torpor in him to watch the hose stiffen as his blood filled it, raising itself like the hackles on a frightened animal. Suddenly, however, he detected a sensation at first unexpected, then terrifying: counterflow. A portion of his blood was swimming upstream, a swarm of red-black clotted eels trying desperately to remain inside of him. A memory is knocked loose. It's a scene from Holocene's favourite novel, a science fiction offering with elements of horror. You never got around to reading it, but there's debris from it floating around in your mind. Holocene used to quote it incessantly. Bleed me, baby. Something like that, but not that. At a place where books gather. Find the book. The text was only part of the cipher, the meta layer. Oh look, a fresh rung on the abject mental illness ladder. Down we go. You fold the sheet. You stand before an arc. You skim. You turn away.
Bud? You look a bit pale, Bud. What happened? Quite the heavy load for a staircase. But then again... You've humored me enough, Bud. I'll spare you my ramblings. I'm just sorry the stairs didn't work for you.
You don't need his fairy. You already concocted a better one.
Failure waves? What are those? I'm sorry, Bud. I have to say, you lost me. Keep you... Hey, Bud.
Diagnostics complete. Ligaments primed. Heart rate nominal. Joints lubricated. Adrenaline and dopamine surge initiated to maximize propulsion. Awaiting signal.
Ready, steady, go!
Warning. Vertical drop ahead. Torque and acceleration throttle due to survival drive. Provide vocal input to engage. Ultimate overburn. Run complete. Desired performance achieved. System switch into reward mode ++. Enjoy the endorphins.
Stupendous stuff, bud. The speed, the leap. Sure. But the magic's in the keeping on, isn't it? To keep being stubborn against the world. Keep you moving, you'll be fine. Well, hey, bud.
His silly theory isn't about you or him. It's about places. Places like this one, shaped by history.
Most of them are. It's just more palpable here. You know, I've been wondering if places hold on to things. Not like we do, but like bodies. This silo's been through a lot, hasn't it? Got its own muscle memory, bruises, scars, and aches. Built with hopes, dreams, and purpose. And then...
a violent burst, followed by a great hollowing out, leaving only silence. Is it any wonder such a place would still reverberate?
Wouldn't be surprised if it outlasts us both. I hope the stairs won't stop you from coming back, bud. I've been thinking of starting my own exercise group, you know. Get some people in here, give the place a bit of purpose again. Keep you moving, you'll...
She holds a beer bottle over the void. Grip loose around its neck. Release. She watches it fall. A sacrificial offering. Better than a pigeon.
No! One of them didn't smash on.
I see it. Must have happened when our attention was elsewhere. Well, our friend, you found it, so it's your luck if you please.
Be cool if you could throw it over there, though. And hey, would put the luck theory to the test. We'd mind a little.
Just a touch.
You draw back your arm and throw, overarm. The bottle leaves your hand. It cuts a graceful arc through the night sky. No spin. Sick.
Got it!
Bravo, bravo! What a hero you are.
She weighs the bottle in her hand, grins.
That was really fucking cool.
I think we'll stay for a while. Enjoy the sky. You can see the stars more clearly out here.
But after that, you never know. Bye, friend. Thank you so much.
You're back. What now? Yes. Oh.
An insane sun rises from behind her eyes.
Take it all. We won't need it anymore. No, we won't.
A queasy feeling comes over you as you gather up the piles of loose change. Somehow you know she is right. Where you are going, money will not help you.
Yes. Enjoy your false money. Just wait there. 6 hours, yes, and I will have built it. 6 hours. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow.
Over her shoulder, you suddenly notice that in the sky, still half dark only moments ago, the sun has inexplicably risen to its zenith.
Look. Take my hand.
Your skepticism runs dry in the face of a real trepidation.
Fool. Interested only in the banal things. What do you want? Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
An insane sun rises from behind her eyes.
Take it all.
A queasy feeling comes over you. Somehow you know she is right. Where you are going, money will not help you.
Just wait there. Aha, 6 hours. Aha, time, she says. Nope.
Ahead, the electric hum yellowed.